It has been half a year since Han Li left the falling cloud sect. After departing from southern heaven that day, he headed directly into the heavenly surge grasslands. Under careful concealment of his cultivation and identity, things went quite smoothly. He even disguised himself as a freelance immortal, delving deep into several Tuju tribes, exchanging cultivation insights with some Tuju cultivators, and all was peaceful. However, when he traversed across half of the grasslands to the southern part, he encountered trouble out of nowhere. In a remote wilderness far from the Tuju tribes, during a routine release of his swarm of devouring gold insects to breed the strongest among them, he unexpectedly ran into a mid-nascent soul stage elder from the Tuju people who was chasing an unidentified demon bird. What shocked him further was that the elder was controlling a mature devouring gold insect. Because the nirvana skirt grass cultivated on the coral he carried was extremely convenient for ripening, and having done so for a long time without any incident, Han Li was momentarily careless and did not set up any advanced concealment formations. The result was predictable once the two parties encountered Han Li and his swarm. When this high-level Tuju immortal saw the dense swarm of over 10,000 devouring gold insects above Han Li's head, he was almost scared out of his wits. Immediately, he forgot about the demon bird and demanded that Han Li follow him to see some holy woman. Under these circumstances, how could Han Li agree? He immediately showed hostility. He unleashed several powerful techniques in succession, even mobilizing his second nascent soul to utterly destroy the opponent's physical body. But to Han Li's dismay, the situation took a turn. The main cultivation technique of this Tuju elder was extremely bizarre. It could split the nascent soul into 7 parts, each proficient in wood-escaping technique. Due to a momentary lapse, one of them managed to escape. With this development, Han Li realized he had definitely stirred up trouble. Without a moment's delay, he fled south overnight. However, he didn't know how Tuju cultivators communicated. Just days after he fled, numerous high-level nascent soul stage immortals appeared on the road, blocking and chasing him. In the end, even one of the Tuju's 4 great immortals appeared. After several battles, despite killing several high-level immortals, Han Li was severely injured by that great immortal due to divided attention. If not for relying on Millennium Spirit Liquid and consecutively using Blood Shadow Escape, he might have lost his life there. Although he escaped with his life and used some tricks to temporarily shake off his pursuers, Han Li realized that the real trouble was just beginning. Perhaps due to his severe energy consumption from several battles, the malevolence that should have taken a long time to erupt unexpectedly rebounded early. Fortunately, with his powerful spiritual consciousness and quick reaction, he managed to forcibly suppress it with secret techniques. As a result, the situation became even more precarious. Helpless, he could only seek advice from the Great Grand Sage. The Great Grand Sage, who had lived for thousands of years, immediately gave him the 5 ghosts locking God technique. It could temporarily seal the malevolence, but the consequences were extremely severe. Before finding a way to lift the malevolence, 9 out of 10 cultivators would be completely sealed within their bodies after foolishly using their abilities, causing malevolence and the 5 ghosts to retaliate simultaneously. It would indeed be a life-or-death dilemma. Han Li knew the severity of it and hesitated to use this technique. But when he flew here to escape pursuit, the malevolence surged again fiercely, much more violent and uncontrollable than before, something his cultivation base could not suppress at all. In desperation, Han Li could only hurriedly land among these bushes. He didn't even have time to set up a protective formation and had to use the 5 ghosts locking God technique as a last resort. When the Azure Egret tribe arrived, Han Li had already completed the final stage of the technique. As the young man named Tu Meng separated the bushes, Han Li's face was currently a phantom resembling one of the 5 ghosts, just finishing up. Naturally, the terrifying and grim ghost face scared the young man quite a bit. Perhaps he still thinks that this ghost face is Han Li's true appearance. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly twice. Although the malevolence is temporarily under control, with so much of my cultivation sealed, the situation is still far from good. It's fortunate that I've managed to blend into this group heading to the Heavenly Surge Holy Temple to make tributes. I should be safe for the time being, Han Li muttered to himself. He, although your cultivation is sealed, your flying sword and ancient treasures can't be controlled as desired, but you still have the devouring gold insects and the second nascent soul at your disposal. These 2 things are unaffected and enough to deal with ordinary cultivators. Moreover, before leaving the Falling Cloud sect, if you hadn't left the newly refined nascent soul-level puppet to your senior apprentice brother LV, and left most of those Jai Dan stage cultivators to the concubine, the situation would be better now. Mechanized puppets are most suitable for self-preservation in your current situation, the great grand sage said coldly. I don't know when I'll be able to return to Southern Heaven this time. Naturally, I have to make some arrangements for the sect and Wanner. Even if senior apprentice brother Cheng soon passes away, with the assistance of that nascent soul-level puppet, senior apprentice brother LV should be able to handle some matters independently. Plus, with a few giant turtle puppets assisting Mu Paling, it'll be even more secure. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate on the Great Jin, Han Li said calmly. If that's what you think, then don't complain about the dangers, the great grand sage said somewhat dismissively. Han Li fell silent, but after a while, his expression moved again as he asked. After using the 5 ghosts locking God technique, is there no way to temporarily lift it? Han Li inquired, his voice serious. The second nascent soul and the devouring gold insects are sufficient against golden core opponents, but they are dangerous against nascent soul-level adversaries. And now, who knows how long it will take to find a way to dispel this malevolence? Temporarily lifting it, for others, certainly not feasible, But with so many natural treasures on your person, it might be possible. However, the cost is not light, replied the great grand sage, seeming momentarily lost in thought before continuing. What cost? As long as it doesn't affect my future cultivation, I can accept it. It's better than losing my life at a critical moment, Han Li affirmed without hesitation. If that's your stance, then it's straightforward. Each time you lift the seal, it will require 2 drops of Millennium Spirit liquid from your possession. I'll also impart another set of secret techniques to divert the 5 ghosts and temporarily neutralize the malevolence in your body. This way, depending on the circumstances, you'll have roughly an hour to recover your mana. Once the time is up, the 5 ghosts will reseal your mana after consuming the spiritual energy in the liquid. However, each time you lift the seal, a fraction of the malevolence will invade your mind. After a certain number of times, the malevolence's backlash will become so intense that even the 5 ghosts won't be able to control it, explained the great grand sage, laying out all the pros and cons. While Millennium Spirit liquid is rare, it's trivial compared to life-saving measures. However, the intensification of the malevolent backlash isn't a good thing. Removing this malevolence in the future will indeed become more troublesome. Han Li pondered briefly before asking with a somber tone. Removing the malevolence in the future will be troublesome, that's for certain. With your current situation, I estimate you can lift the seal 5 or 6 times at most before the 5 ghosts lose control. Think carefully about the advantages and disadvantages, advised the great grand sage. There's nothing to think about. When it comes to life and death, there's no room for hesitation. Senior, please teach me this technique, Han Li responded decisively, fully understanding the situation. I'll explain this technique only once, so pay close attention, declared the great grand sage, transmitting the technique directly. Han Li closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently on memorizing every detail. All right, this technique doesn't seem too difficult. I should be able to comprehend it fully within a few days, Han Li said calmly, opening his eyes. Of course, it's just a simple unsealing technique. How complex could it be? Anyway, Han Kid, do you really intend to follow this group to the heavenly Surge Temple? You should know that such gatherings are sure to attract many Tuju cultivators, the great grand sage asked curiously. You must have heard the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest. If I truly wanted to hide, I could find a place in the wilderness to lay low for a while without fear of being found. But now, with this malevolence haunting me, I need to urgently reach Great Jin. Those pursuers are probably searching everywhere for a lone target like me. It's not wise to wander alone like that, so it's better to blend in near their temple. With many cultivators there, those pursuers won't be able to search each one individually. After spending these months on the grasslands, I'm confident in posing as a low-level cultivator without revealing any flaws. As for everything else, I'll adapt as necessary when the time comes. Besides, the temple is conveniently located on the way to Great Jin, Han Li explained casually. It seems you've made up your mind. I won't interfere anymore, The great grand sage chuckled and then fell silent. Han Li sighed upon hearing this, but quickly remembered something. Silver Moon, how are you doing? You were quite injured in the recent battles, Han Li asked with concern. That's okay. During this time, I'll be careful and won't need your help. Rest well, Han Li said gently, feeling relieved. Yes, Master. Silver Moon responded faintly, sounding quite weak, and then fell silent. Han Li furrowed his brow, feeling a bitter smile in his heart. After meditating quietly in the carriage for a while, he suddenly brushed a hand against his storage pouch, producing a half-foot-sized jade box. Several dazzling talismans were affixed to it, indicating that something inside was sealed with restrictions. Han Li lightly stroked the talismans on the jade box with a few fingers, his expression constantly changing. The day the mid-stage Yuan Wying sudden immortal's physical body was destroyed, although some remnants of his soul escaped by attaching to the split Yuan Wying. The mature form of the devouring gold bug connected to his consciousness was easily captured by Han Li, who was familiar with the habits of the devouring gold bugs, using his second Yuan Wying, and sealed it in a jade box. Originally planning to study the difference between the mature devouring gold bug and his own when he had free time, he now had to deal with this bug early because of his greatly reduced cultivation. Otherwise, if the mature devouring gold bug's abilities exceeded his expectations, the trouble in the future could be enormous. With his current cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to capture this bug again. Thinking of this, Han Li took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand, causing several flags of various colors to shoot out in all directions. A protective shield with a diameter of about 10 feet appeared inside the carriage. He placed the jade box flat on his knee and slowly closed his eyes. Black light flickered above his head, and a black-green Yuan Wying appeared on his Tianling acupoint. With a flick of his hands, a dark flag appeared in the Yuan Wying's hands. This demonic flag had been entrusted to the second Yuan Wying for refining and control from the beginning, so it became his only treasure not restricted by the 5 ghosts locking spirit great technique. The devouring gold bug's body was impervious to water and fire, and weapons were ineffective against it. The only way he could kill this bug was to use the demonic energy in the Yin Luo flag to extract its soul and refine it into the flag's Yuan Yin demonic head. The specific refining method had long been obtained from the soul consciousness of the Yin Luo sect elder. This process, of course, could not be completed in a short time. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that the master's soul was severely damaged and thus nearly killed this bug, he wouldn't have dared to think of this. He was very cautious about the mature, devouring gold bug. But even so, he had already set up the prohibition first, fearing that something unexpected might happen. At this time, the black-green Yuan Wying threw the small flag to the top and turned it into a cloud of magic that floated motionless, while the Yuan Wying jumped into the cloud and disappeared without a trace. Then the magic movement sank down and suddenly enveloped the jade box on his knee. Inside the box, there was an angry chirping sound, not loud, but extremely furious. But Han Li remained unmoved, pinching the spell with both hands, his figure motionless. Inside the prohibition, he was not afraid that the chirping sound would alarm the ordinary members of the Kanglu department outside the vehicle, as long as he could extract the soul of this bug with all his heart. Thus began a difficult refining process. The Kanglu people outside the convoy were very interested in this cold immortal, but since this immortal entered the vehicle, he never came out again. Naturally, they couldn't meet him. Chief Wying Lu of the tribe further strictly prohibited the rest of the people from disturbing the cultivation of this immortal, which made others feel very frustrated. In the next 10 days or so, perhaps because of the good luck of this cold immortal, not only did he find a herd of wild sheep in the gorge they passed through and fought enough prey, but also in the following half a month, the convoy was surprisingly safe. This made Wying Lu, who was worried, breathe a sigh of relief. He calculated the distance, and in a few days, he would be able to reach an extremely safe place to rest. There, a temporary resting place quickly established by the Tianlin Temple for various large and small tribes gathered along the way. After the first day of opening, the residence will be demolished immediately. Wying Lu was thinking about this in secret and suddenly heard something coming from above his head. He subconsciously raised his head and took a look, only to see a dazzling white light across the sky, with a faint figure inside, but disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, other young people in the Kanglu department couldn't help but be a little restless. But the old man frowned and muttered to himself. According to his previous experience in the Holy War, these lights were all high-level immortal flying through the sky. Such strange scenes were rarely seen. Generally speaking, it was difficult to find ordinary people flying at low altitude. But if he was not mistaken, these were the fourth low-altitude flight lights he had seen since a few days ago. Was something major happening recently, and had some of the tribe's tributes been robbed? Feeling some doubts and incomprehension, the old man became more confident in the road ahead. If there were high-level immortals patrolling along the way, it should be safe for a while. Thinking about this, Wying Lu looked back and shouted loudly to the other people in the convoy, urging the convoy to speed up. The old man naturally didn't know that the dazzling white light that passed overhead had been flying low for a long time within a radius of about 100 miles, but did not stop for a moment, but in the end still went south without any gain. As a result, a red light from another direction shot diagonally in the near distance. The two lights collided. When the light disappeared, two figures appeared in the light, one male and one female. The man was over 40 years old, dressed in a light yellow leather shirt with an ordinary face. The woman was in her late 20s, dressed in a green palace dress with a fair appearance. So it's Senior Ziu. I didn't find anything on my side. How about you? Have you found any traces of that person? The middle-aged man greeted the woman first with a fist and a smile. "Lie, brother, do you think I look like I've found something?" The woman in the palace dress had an indifferent look and said coldly, "Hey, these days I have searched all the places within a radius of 2,000 li, but I have not found any trace. Either that person is not here, or his concealment technique is too clever. With my cultivation, I still can't find his whereabouts. Shall we join forces to search again, and also inquire about the contribution of those caravans we met on the way?" The middle-aged man was not concerned, but showed some urgency. "It seems that Brother Lai is really tempted by the reward of the dragon poison pill. But don't risk your life for this medicine." The woman in the palace dress sneered, with a deep meaning. "What do you mean by that? Does Senior Ziu not have any desire?" The middle-aged man was surprised and suspicious. "When Brother Lai received the task, how did those upper-level immortals of the Yuan Wying stage tell you?" The woman in the palace dress did not answer directly, but asked with a faint voice. "Senior told me that a foreign Yuan Wying cultivator intruded into our Tianlin grasslands and severely injured a senior cultivator. Hence, we need to capture him alive. Others have already injured him severely, so us Foundation establishment cultivators should have no problem subduing him." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke honestly. "HMPH, Brother Lai, it seems you are less informed due to arriving late. If it were me, I wouldn't be so eager to seek out this foreign cultivator," the woman retorted with a hint of cold sarcasm. "Since Senior Ziu said so, there must be a reason. Could you please explain it to me?" The middle-aged man's expression turned serious upon hearing this. The woman remained silent for a while before sighing and speaking, "Brother Lai, and I have known each other for many years. This matter should be honestly disclosed. I heard some specific information about this foreigner from an elder. He is indeed a Yuan Wying stage cultivator and was severely injured. But the one who attacked him wasn't just any senior cultivator. It was the senior master who presides over this matter, who personally made the move to injure him." "What? Senior master who made the move?" The middle-aged man was startled. "Yes, and I heard that this foreigner was ambushed by Senior Master, who only when he was surrounded by several senior cultivators. Prior to that, he had already killed 3 senior cultivators along the way. It is said that his methods are extremely ruthless, either killing or severely injuring. Even after being seriously injured, he still managed to escape under Senior Master Hu's eyes using a secret technique. In my opinion, this foreigner is likely on par with Senior Master Hu. If that's the case, even if he is severely injured, it would be effortless for him to kill the 2 of us Foundation establishment cultivators. I won't risk my life for just 2 bottles of dragon poison pills. Furthermore, I suspect that the reason those senior cultivators sent us to find him is to use us as expendable pawns. Didn't they perform a soul-calling technique on each of us before we departed? HMPH. They claimed it was to ensure our safety, but I suspect it's to force him into revealing himself. Then, once we perish, they can use us as a guide to track him down." The woman's face darkened as she spoke. What, such a thing exists? They actually consider us cannon fodder. What should we do? The middle-aged man gasped in shock and anger upon hearing the woman's explanation. It's simple. We've already searched once. That should be sufficient. There's no need to do anything more detailed. This way, we can fulfill our duty without taking too many risks. Let's wait quietly to see if others can find this foreigner. If they do, it's even better. If we continue to hear nothing, it doesn't matter. The opening ceremony is approaching. All cultivators will have to go to the temple to pay their respects. Naturally, we will be recalled. The woman seemed to have already thought this through. She spoke without hesitation. Let's follow Senior Ziu's plan then. Although the dragon poison pills are good, Brother Lai values his life even more. Good, in that case, let's first go to the temple's residence over there to rest. In these days, many tribes' tribute caravans will gather there. Perhaps we can find what we need first. Then, we can pretend to search around every few days. That should be sufficient. The woman chuckled lightly and said so. The man had no objections. Afterward, the two transformed into a red and a white rainbow, respectively, and flew straight south. In a tightly sealed chamber, a tall stone altar stood at its center, surrounded by numerous multicolored formation flags forming a temporary array, emitting a faint spiritual glow. On the altar sat a green round bowl, akin to an array disk, from which green vapor rose. Within, a vaguely defined infant figure sat cross-legged, inhaling and exhaling the vapor as if practicing some cultivation method. In each corner of the chamber, an elderly man with white hair held a green flag, sitting cross-legged. All the flags pointed towards the bowl, emitting thin streams of green mist that floated towards it. This eerie scene was like a silent painting, with everything shrouded in silence. After an unknown amount of time, fatigue began to show on the faces of the four elders. The infant within the green mist, however, seemed to become slightly more defined. Let's call it a day. Ha, Brother Hun, there's no need for such formalities. We've known immortal Gui for a long time, and it's only right to help him, responded a clean-shaven, white-faced elder as he also put away his flag and returned the gesture. Regardless, Junior Brother and I will remember this favor, the first elder said earnestly after glancing at the meditating infant. No need to be so polite. Another elder chimed in with a smile. By the way, we've been in this chamber helping immortal Gui restore his nascent soul. Have there been any updates on the foreign cultivator? It's hard to believe someone can control tens of thousands of metal-eating bugs. We all know how difficult it is for those insects to lay eggs. I arrived late and didn't participate in the battle against that foreigner. Is he truly as terrifying as they say, causing the death of 3 nascent soul stage cultivators? The red-haired elder asked, his expression grave. At these words, the other 3 elders exchanged glances, their faces showing lingering fear. He is beyond terrifying. Besides controlling metal-eating bugs, he can wield a purple flame and release golden lightning. The first wave of cultivators that confronted him saw 2 injured and 1 killed instantly due to these abilities. The golden lightning can trap a cultivator's nascent soul, while the purple flame can easily annihilate them. Even though the later cultivators were more cautious, 2 more were still killed, sighed the white-faced elder. Moreover, his magical treasures are formidable. He has a set of peculiar flying swords in gold and blue, numbering 60 to 70, which are incredibly sharp. Several treasures of our fellow Taoists were cut in half upon contact with these swords. Even more astonishing is the pair of wings on his back, allowing him to perform the thunder escape technique without incantations, making it impossible to capture him. We surrounded him with 6 or 7 cultivators of similar strength to us, but we were still in grave danger. Fortunately, Grandmaster Hu arrived in time and used the great 5 elements capturing Immortal Hand to severely injure him. Even then, he transformed into a blood shadow and escaped our encirclement. We couldn't trace him with our spiritual senses until Grandmaster Hu informed us he was hundreds of miles away. By then, it was too late to pursue, recounted a slightly plump elder, still showing a hint of fear. This foreigner is truly formidable. Could he be a renowned top-tier cultivator from a major sect in Great Jin? No wonder junior brother Gui, even with the 6 souls dividing technique, ended up like this, the red-haired elder said, his face darkening. Brother Gui, don't worry. You know how powerful the great 5 elements capturing Immortal Hand is. Even if he escaped, that attack must have significantly damaged his cultivation. He should no longer pose a major threat. Besides, with the Holy Maiden accompanying the guests from Great Jin for the opening ceremony at the Tianlin Temple nearby, they might recognize this person if he's a cultivator from Great Jin. Knowing his background will make it easier to deal with him. Moreover, several grandmasters will not let this go lightly, especially since they must investigate how he managed to cultivate so many metal-eating bugs, the white-faced elder said resentfully. It seemed he had suffered a significant loss while fighting Han Li. Let's hope so. If his metal-eating bugs had matured, no magical abilities would have been needed. Just releasing those thousands of bugs would have made even the 4 grandmasters retreat, the red-haired elder muttered. The other elders exchanged glances and could only smile bitterly. They knew all too well the terror of mature metal-eating bugs. As they were sighing, an unexpected event occurred. The infant in the green mist suddenly let out a sharp scream, clutching its head and rolling around in agony, its form flickering and becoming unstable. Something's wrong. Fellow Taoists act quickly. The red-haired elder shouted in alarm. The other 3 elders, recognizing the severity of the situation, swiftly raised their flags and directed 4 streams of green mist towards the center of the chamber. Dense green mist enveloped the struggling infant, gradually stabilizing its form. Time passed, and under the elders' efforts, the cries diminished. Eventually, the infant managed to sit cross-legged again, absorbing the surrounding green mist. After an unknown period, a faint, intermittent voice emerged from the mist. The 4 elders breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, they could have continued for a while longer, but it would have drained their energy. They ceased their techniques. Brother Gui, what happened? The nascent soul, which had stabilized, began to collapse again. This is extremely dangerous, the white-faced elder asked. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Just now, the metal-eating bug connected to my soul was killed, affecting my spiritual sense, the infant replied through gritted teeth. What? The metal-eating bug was killed? How is that possible? A mature metal-eating bug's body is nearly indestructible in this world, the red-haired elder exclaimed. It's not surprising. Without Brother Gui to command the spirit insects, there are ways to defeat them. Their bodies might be indestructible, but there are high-level demonic arts that can directly attack the soul. They wouldn't need to destroy the bug's body, the white-faced elder speculated. Oh, does that mean this person is a demonic cultivator? But his techniques didn't seem like demonic arts, a thin elder said hesitantly. The chamber fell silent as the elders looked at each other. Meanwhile, far away, Hanley sighed in relief within a carriage, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. After half a month of continuous efforts, he had finally extracted the soul of the mature metal-eating bug and absorbed it into the Yin Luo banner. Surprisingly, the people of the Kanglu tribe hadn't disturbed him, much to his relief. Unbeknownst to him, extracting the soul had nearly killed the one who had caused him so much trouble. Raising his hand towards the black mist before him, he summoned a small black banner with a swoosh, grabbing it. The remaining black mist swirled and transformed into his black-green second nascent soul, which held a large, golden insect. The lid and talisman on the jade box below had vanished, leaving it empty. Playing with the small banner, Hanley glanced at the golden insect. The insect, about half a foot long with protruding fangs, looked fierce, resembling an enlarged version of his metal-eating bugs, a mature metal-eating bug. However, the insect's soul was gone, and it showed no signs of life. Hanley pondered, then waved the Yin Luo banner, releasing a fist-sized black-green light ball. It hovered before him, revealing a miniature version of the mature metal-eating bug, black with blood-red eyes. Go, Hanley commanded, and the insect's soul shot into the original body. The golden insect's eyes glowed red, and it flew up, circling the second nascent soul. As expected, refining this insect as a demonic corpse works. Though its power has decreased, it's still formidable. To control it perfectly, I must refine its body with demonic energy, Hanley murmured with a hint of satisfaction. In the current situation, having such a formidable spirit insect at his disposal greatly enhanced his safety. With a thought, the small flag in Hanley's hand enlarged a bit. The golden, devouring gold insect circled once and then plunged into the flag. After a flash of black light, it disappeared without a trace. Without saying a word, Hanley casually tossed the small flag. The black-green nascent soul grinned, opened its mouth, and directly swallowed the Yin Luo flag into its body. It then transformed into a black mass and, with a flicker, vanished into Hanley's head. Only then did Hanley take a deep breath. intending to close his eyes and begin comprehending the incantation to lift the seal, in order to prepare for any future contingencies. But suddenly he sensed something, raised his head, and looked up. Although his cultivation was sealed, Han Li's divine sense remained powerful. He had just sensed correctly that abrupt human immortal master had once again flown over their caravan. This was quite interesting. This person, clearly searching for Han Li, had passed over the caravan almost every 2 to 3 days for the past 10 days or so. Yet, each time, he hurriedly flew by without stopping to inquire about anything. This rendered several of Han Li's prepared identity-concealing methods useless. Although puzzled, Han Li was naturally pleased with this approach. He immediately closed his eyes. At this time, a loud shout came from outside the carriage. "Stay alert, everyone. We'll reach the designated resting place of the sacred hall in 2 days. There, we can rest peacefully for 2 days." The sacred hall's resting place. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this. After a brief contemplation, he decided to ignore it and focus on comprehending the incantation. However, within just half a day, Han Li sensed the approach of another caravan nearby. This caravan didn't seem very large, but had about 10 more people than the Heron tribe. Judging by their direction, the 2 caravans would intersect in about an hour. Seeing that these people appeared harmless, Han Li paid no further attention. An hour later, the 2 tribute caravans almost simultaneously noticed each other's presence. Naturally, both sides were initially in a commotion. But after a brief communication, it turned out that the leader of the other caravan, an old acquaintance of Wying Lu named the Red Wolf Tribe, was delighted to reunite with him. Without hesitation, the 2 caravans merged and continued their journey together. "Brother Wying Lu, where is the immortal master of your tribe? Could he be in one of the carriages?" The other leader, a burly man with a full beard, curiously asked while glancing at Wying Lu's carriages. "Isn't your tribe's immortal master also in a carriage? How many immortal masters did you bring this time?" Wying Lu responded vaguely. "How many? Only one, of course. I had to spend a fortune and sacrifice my dignity to temporarily recruit a free immortal master for our tribe. Does your tribe have 2 immortal masters?" The burly man asked with a sly glance at the elder, chuckling. The 2 had a bit of history together, so they spoke frankly. "2, just one, actually. It took a lot of effort to convince the immortal master to escort us." Wying Lu sighed. The 2 exchanged glances and then laughed bitterly, feeling a bit like comrades in adversity. "Well, in any case, having an immortal master in the caravan makes the journey much safer. We're only a day away from the resting place, so there shouldn't be any more trouble. But for the rest of the journey, we must be cautious when passing through the territories of larger tribes. How about we join forces with a few other small tribes after resting? That way, we'll be much safer," the elder suggested after some thought. "Let me think about it. Previously, when small tribes joined forces, one tribe's precious tribute often brought disaster upon the whole group." The burly man hesitated, sounding uncertain. "Brother Ba, you're overthinking it. The chances of small tribes having precious tributes are far less than the chances of being robbed on the road." Wying Lu shook his head dismissively. "All right, we'll discuss this further after resting." The burly man did not refuse outright, seeming a bit interested. Meanwhile, the common folks of both caravans mingled harmoniously, especially the young women, who were surrounded by enthusiastic young men from both tribes, their laughter ringing out. These women, chosen for the tribute, were naturally the finest talents of their respective tribes, exceptionally beautiful. It was no wonder the men were so excited. Hearing the laughter, Wying Lu shook his head, intending to restrain his people, lest they offend the immortal master in the carriage. But at that moment, a strange bird cry echoed from the sky, neither like an eagle nor a vulture, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears below. Upon hearing this sound, the elder's face changed dramatically. He quickly turned to the burly man, who also looked grim and frightened. "Everyone dismount and hide immediately. It's the demon bird, the ape vulture. Call immortal Master Han," the elder shouted in panic. Simultaneously, the burly man echoed similar commands to his people. "Hide behind the carriages and ask immortal Master Feng to deal with the demon bird." At the mention of the ape vulture, the entire caravan fell into chaos. Everyone dismounted in terror, some even rolling off their horses in fear. They all crouched behind the carriages or horses, looking up at the sky with pale faces. In the sky, 3 black dots appeared, rapidly enlarging. In an instant, 3 brown demon birds came into view. With ape-like heads and bird bodies, their 2-meter-long wings were accompanied by furry ape arms. Their gaping mouths emitted terrifying cries that sent chills down the spines of all who saw them. Although the ape vulture was only a second-level demon bird of the great grasslands, it was far more cunning and vicious than other beasts of the same level. Not only were they immensely powerful, capable of shattering stones with their talons, but their cries also had a soul-bewitching effect. Ordinary mortals and even low-level foundation establishment cultivators often found them difficult to deal with. These demon birds rarely appeared on the grasslands, making their sudden arrival all the more terrifying for the caravan. "What's all this fuss about? Aren't they just a few second-level demon beasts?" A cold snort came from a carriage in the Red Wolf tribe's caravan. Red light flashed as a figure shot out from the carriage, standing on a floating embroidered kerchief, and coldly shouted. Seeing this person, Wying Lu was stunned and surprised. This individual was also an immortal master wearing a green hood, and judging by his voice, seemed quite young. "Immortal Master Feng, be careful. These are 3 ape vultures," the burly man warned loudly, his voice slightly trembling. He knew from prior inquiries that immortal Master Feng was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment, just barely qualifying as an immortal master. He would struggle against even one ape vulture, hence the man's deep concern. Meanwhile, the elder also quickly glanced at his tribe's carriage, feeling slightly relieved to see another green-hooded figure standing on the carriage, gazing at the sky. If immortal Master Han's cultivation was not too low, the two could potentially drive away the three ape vultures together. At this moment, the three ape vultures spotted the blue-robed man floating in the air. They had encountered immortal masters before and knew they were formidable, but they were reluctant to give up the prey below. They hesitated momentarily, circling 100 meters above the ground. HMPH, courting death. The blue-robed man, seeing that the ape vultures were not deterred, grew impatient. He raised his hand, sending out several talismans that transformed into fiery serpents, which shot toward the demon birds. Fire serpent technique, Han Li murmured, intrigued. Although the fire serpent technique was a low-level spell, using it in talisman form was not something an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator would do casually. This person was no ordinary cultivator. Han Li's eyes narrowed, finding this individual somewhat interesting. But then he sighed inwardly. The three fiery serpents, though fierce, were easily dodged by the ape vultures due to the great distance. The blue-robed man's shallow understanding of the fire serpent technique meant he didn't control the serpent's trajectory, wasting several talismans. This only enraged the demon birds. The largest one screeched, and the three simultaneously folded their wings, diving straight toward the blue-robed man. Startled by the failure of the fire serpents, the blue-robed man panicked. In a fluster, he pulled out a small white sword, hurriedly chanting an incantation to activate it. Seeing this, Han Li shook his head. Facing an imminent attack, the man should have first cast a protective barrier instead of trying to counterattack with a weapon, practically inviting disaster. This person was indeed an inexperienced newcomer. However, the small sword was a high-grade magical weapon, indicating this person had some background. The blue-robed man's incantation was quite proficient. As the demon birds approached, the sword transformed into a several-meter-long white arc, slicing toward the central ape vulture at great speed. The demon bird, sensing danger, tried to dodge but was too slow. It had to block with a black claw. A shriek rang out as the sword light-severed the claw, blood spraying down. However, the other two demon birds reached the blue. From both sides, their talons aiming for his head. The man in the blue robe was taken aback and hurriedly activated the floating embroidered handkerchief beneath his feet, attempting to retreat from the attack of the two ape vultures. However, he clearly underestimated the two ape vultures. As second-level demon beasts, they naturally possessed certain supernatural abilities. Before the demon birds even descended, they let out piercing cries that sounded like the wails of apes. Upon hearing these cries, the blue-robed man's mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. His body swayed, unable to maintain balance, and a foul wind suddenly swept over his head. The blue-robed man let out an ah, as his face turned deathly pale. Almost simultaneously, two muffled poof sounds were heard, as two fist-sized fireballs shot out of nowhere, silently and accurately striking the two demon birds. Explosions resounded, red light flashed, and the two ape vultures were engulfed in flames. The intense heat filled the surrounding space in an instant. The ape cries abruptly ceased. The blue-robed man, naturally overjoyed and feeling like he had narrowly escaped death, quickly activated his magical tool, shooting over 10 meters away. He then hurriedly took out a talisman and stuck it on himself. A layer of yellow light suddenly enveloped his body. Feeling somewhat more at ease now, the blue-robed man realized the stark difference between practicing spells and actual combat. He had almost lost his life as a newly established Foundation establishment cultivator. With this realization, he glanced to one side and saw Han Li, who was also wearing a similarly colored cloak. Surprised, he immediately knew who had saved his life. The two fireballs released by Han Li with his Foundation establishment-level cultivation naturally couldn't kill the two second-level demon beasts outright. Instead, the fireballs only enraged the two ape vultures, who, with much of their feathers burned off, turned away from the blue-robed man and flew straight towards Han Li's carriage. Meanwhile, the largest ape vulture, with one claw severed, still charged at the blue-robed man with red eyes. Han Li looked at the two giant birds flying towards him and frowned slightly. He then suddenly slapped his waist, and two white lights shot out from his storage pouch. As the white lights flickered in the wind, two snow-white centipedes, each about half a foot long, appeared in the air. Although these two centipedes were small compared to the ape vultures, they seemed exceptionally excited upon being released, emitting strange hissing sounds and fearlessly flying towards the two ape vultures. Seeing the two summoned centipedes, the ape vultures suddenly showed signs of hesitation and fear. They flapped their wings wildly, halting in midair, sniffed cautiously, and then turned to flee in terror. The aura of the ancient strange insects naturally deterred such low-level demon beasts. However, the two centipedes had no intention of letting them go. With a simultaneous strange cry, they opened their mouths, spewing out dense white mist. The nearby area was instantly shrouded in a white haze, and the ape vultures let out one last mournful cry before being engulfed. The two centipedes then shot into the mist without hesitation. Han Li, seeing this, no longer paid attention to the situation before him and turned his gaze towards the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man was sweating profusely, struggling to wield his small sword magical tool against the largest wounded ape vulture. Despite its injury, the demon bird was still fierce, its body moving as a swift brown blur around the blue-robed man, constantly clawing at his protective shield. Its ceaseless cries further disturbed the blue-robed man's focus, preventing him from fully concentrating on his defense. Although the flying sword was powerful, the blue-robed man's inexperience in controlling it was evident. After initially wounding the demon bird, he could now only chase after it ineffectively. Using other spells or talismans was clearly beyond the blue-robed man's ability. He was already struggling to control the sword, let alone do anything else. If nothing changed, it was only a matter of time before he would be defeated and killed. Just as Han Li's cold gaze lingered on the demon bird, considering whether to intervene, the bird suddenly sensed something and let out a sharp cry. It abandoned its attack on the blue-robed man and shot into the sky, quickly flying over 10 meters away. This scene surprised both the blue-robed man and Han Li. However, Han Li, with a cold snort, raised his hand, sending out a red line that flashed and struck the demon bird. The bird's body shuddered and fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Although Han Li had only been in the Tianlin grasslands for a short time, he had heard that these ape vultures were known to hold grudges. Not wanting to risk any future troubles, he decided to eliminate the threat entirely. However, Han Li's actions startled the blue-robed man, who exclaimed in surprise, "A flying needle! You have a needle magical tool." His voice was filled with astonishment. "Why is it strange for me to use a needle-type magical tool?" Han Li glanced at him and replied indifferently. He gestured towards the fallen demon bird, and the red line flew back into his hand, revealing itself as a shining, inch-long silver needle. "Of course not, it's just..." The blue-robed man began to explain, but was interrupted by two more muffled poof sounds from the side. Two large, crystalline white ice blocks fell from the sky, creating deep pits upon impact. Trapped inside were the other two ape vultures, now lifeless with frozen eyes. The blue-robed man stared in shock. The ice blocks flashed, and two white lights flew out, circling before landing on Han Li's shoulders, transforming back into their centipede forms. "Are these spirit insects yours?" the blue-robed man asked, swallowing hard. "Yes, they are my cold snow centipedes," Han Li replied calmly, stroking one of the centipede's backs. The cold snow centipede was not something Han Li had fabricated. Such a creature indeed existed. In their mature form, they closely resembled the current form of Han Li's six-winged frost centipedes, making them difficult to distinguish for anyone not well versed in insect tamming. "Would you be willing to sell your flying needle and spirit insects?" "I'm willing to pay a high price," the blue-robed man asked eagerly after examining the centipedes. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled. "Are you joking? The spirit insects have already bonded with me, and even if I were willing to sell the needle, you might not be able to afford it." "Price is not an issue. Name your price," the blue-robed man insisted, his wealth apparent. Having seen Han Li's demonstration of the needle's lethality, the blue-robed man was desperate to obtain such a powerful tool. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and after studying the man for a while, his expression turned cold. "Apologies. I'm very attached to this needle and have no intention of selling it." "Very well. If I had such a powerful tool, I wouldn't sell it either. Let's just forget I asked. My name is Feng Yue, and I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life. May I know your name?" the blue-robed man asked politely, despite his disappointment. "I'm Han. Let's have someone clean up this mess first, Han Li replied indifferently. Clean up? Feng Yue was puzzled, but then noticed the common folk who had previously been hiding now standing up. All of them, except for Wying Lu and the burly man, kept a respectful distance, their faces full of reverence. Only Wying Lu and the burly man stood closer, listening intently to the conversation between the two immortal masters. The elder even had a wide grin on his face. He had clearly seen that the three terrifying demon birds, which were impossible for them to handle, were mostly defeated by the newly hired Han. This immortal master's power far exceeded his expectations, a most welcome surprise. It seemed that even if they continued the journey alone, there wouldn't be any significant issues. Dispose of these demon beasts as you see fit. Apart from the claws and a few tail feathers, the skin and meat are of no use to me. You can keep them. Han Li instructed the elder and the burly man. According to the rules of the grasslands, the spoils belonged to the one who killed the beasts. While Han Li had no use for these low-level materials, it would be unusual for a Foundation establishment cultivator to disregard them completely. Yes, we will do as you command, immortal master, the elder replied joyfully. The ape vulture's skin and meat might be worthless to cultivators, but were valuable to ordinary people, capable of being traded for many good items. The burly man also respectfully agreed. After shouting a few commands, several strong young men walked over to handle the three ape vulture corpses according to Han Li's instructions. The one killed by Han Li's flying needle was relatively easy to deal with, while the two frozen ones required breaking the ice with hammers. Immortal Master Feng, if you have no other matters, you should rest. I, Han, am also tired and will return to my carriage. Han Li said coldly to the blue-robed man, then turned and left without waiting for a response. Seeing Han Li's indifferent attitude, Feng Yue felt a chill. He had intended to forge a closer relationship with this powerful immortal master, but found himself completely ignored and left awkwardly standing. Unable to act out of anger due to Han Li's life-saving favor and evident strength, Feng Yue could only sigh and reluctantly return to his own carriage. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li, sitting cross-legged in his carriage, was watching his retreating figure with a contemplative look. Master, this person seems to have some background. Why are you so distant with him? A curious voice from Silvermoon sounded in Han Li's mind. After a period of rest, his maid had recovered enough to speak, though still weak. This person is not from the Tuwu tribe. What? How do you know this, Master? Han Li's sudden statement shocked Silvermoon. Look at this, Han Li said, lightly reaching into the void with one hand. Immediately, a green light appeared, forming the image of a jade pendant. The pendant had ancient characters engraved on it. This is an ancient text from the Great Jinn, Silvermoon exclaimed in surprise. In fact, if I hadn't intervened, he likely wouldn't have been in any real danger. This jade pendant that Feng Yue carries is a top-tier magical artifact. Whenever the demon bird approached, it emitted protective spiritual waves. Though he hid it at his waist, a single layer of cloth couldn't obscure it from my spiritual sight. The characters inscribed on it are from the Great Jinn, which you should recognize. With these clues, it's highly probable that this person belongs to one of the prominent families of the Great Jinn, Han Li said calmly. Indeed, Ningxiang Feng is a name format typical of the aristocratic families in the Great Jinn, according to historical texts. It seems our friend Feng Yue should actually be called Feng Taoist. But Ningxiang, does it refer to Ningqiuan County, one of the Great Jinn's 36 counties, or Xining State, one of its 108 states? Or perhaps just a city with Enning in its name, Silvermoon pondered aloud. Since they were heading to the Great Jinn, Han Li had naturally collected a wealth of information on its customs and geography, which Silvermoon had also studied. Her casual remark did not surprise Han Li at all. Regardless of which Great Jinn family this person hails from, his presence on the Tianlin grasslands signals trouble. It's best to limit our interactions with him. For now, we need to focus on leaving the grasslands and finding a way to dispel the evil energy affecting us, Han Li concluded, closing his eyes without further expression. True enough. For a Foundation establishment cultivator to carry such an automatic protective artifact, he must be a significant figure in the Feng family. Yet, hidden in a small tribute caravan, he must be fleeing from something serious. Silvermoon chuckled softly, agreeing with Han Li. With that, she fell silent, and the carriage returned to its stillness. Outside, the young men finally managed to smash the 2 large ice blocks, skinning and dismembering the 3 ape vultures. They presented the most valuable parts, the 6 claws and a dozen long feathers, to Han Li. The rest was divided between the 2 tribes. Since Han Li was the immortal master hired by the Kanglu tribe, they naturally received the lion's share. The remaining portion, though less, still pleased the burly man of the Ba tribe, who was content with the unexpected bounty and the lack of casualties during the demon bird attack. In a tightly sealed carriage of the Red Wolf tribe, the blue-robed man had removed his cloak, revealing a handsome face, slightly marred by thin lips. He sat silently, his expression cold. Suddenly, he reached for his neck and pulled out a golden chain, from which hung a silver key. The key, about a few inches long and covered in ancient patterns, bore a golden Feng character on its oval handle. Staring at the key, Feng Yue's eyes showed conflicting emotions: excitement, pain, and finally, deep gloom. After a long exhale, he carefully put the key back under his clothes and resumed his meditation to recover the spiritual power he had spent earlier. After clearing the last remnants of the ape vultures, the caravan resumed its journey. This time, no one dared to speak loudly, still shaken by the recent battle. Those with spiritual roots were particularly eager, dreaming of joining the sanctuary and becoming powerful immortal masters themselves. The rest of the day passed without incident, and by noon the next day, Han Li, meditating in his carriage, sensed the presence of the so-called encampment assigned by the sanctuary. Though he avoided using his spiritual sense too close to avoid detection by higher-level cultivators, he could still feel the mixed spiritual energies of numerous low-level cultivators within the encampment. Han Li's eyes flashed, but his face remained expressionless. After traveling another 20 miles, the tribespeople around the carriages began to cheer. With a flick of his sleeve, Han Li lifted the curtain to look ahead. In the distance, a black dot appeared on the plains. With a faint blue light in his eyes, Han Li saw it clearly. A 3 to 4 story high wall built from stone and large logs. Behind the wall, a mix of large tents and simple wooden houses populated by the Tuwu people created a chaotic scene. Amidst these structures stood a few stone buildings, clearly designated for immortal masters, with occasional figures in unique attire entering and exiting. This was the so-called encampment. Han Li noted the large stone pillars outside the wall, each adorned with glowing patterns and standing 20 to 30 feet high, forming a protective formation over the city. The formation likely included a no-fly restriction, as no cultivators were seen flying above. Having seen enough, Han Li pulled the curtain down and resumed his indifferent demeanor. A quarter of an hour later, their caravan reached the encampment's entrance, where no guards were posted, allowing free entry and exit. After a brief discussion, Wying Lu and the burly man decided to split the two tribes and proceed in different directions. Although Han Li was in the carriage, he extended his spiritual sense, noting the chaotic state of the encampment. Besides the main roads, makeshift tents and wooden huts were scattered haphazardly, indicating temporary accommodations for tribes offering tribute to the sanctuary. The permanent stone buildings seemed to house the more established settlers. Finding a secluded corner, the Kanglu tribe began setting up their tents, watched coldly by Han Li. Wying Lu, after some hesitation, approached Han Li. "Immortal Master Han, this place is quite chaotic and may not be suitable for your meditation. There are designated resting places for immortal masters nearby. Would you prefer to stay there for 2 nights and meet us again once we're ready to depart?" the elder suggested respectfully. "Very well, I'll return in 2 days," Han Li agreed, heading towards the largest building in the encampment, a 2-story stone hall frequently visited by cultivators. Upon reaching the hall, Han Li eyed the imposing statues of bull-headed, serpent-bodied creatures at the entrance, but passed by without entering. Although confident in his disguise, he preferred not to risk close proximity with other cultivators, especially if higher-level ones were present. Leaving the encampment, Han Li flew several miles away to a secluded area of rocks. Ensuring no one was nearby, he carved a cave into a large rock and set up an array to hide it. Satisfied with his hidden retreat, Han Li settled inside to meditate on the incantations given by the great Yan immortal. Time passed quickly, and by the next day, Han Li had made considerable progress in understanding the incantations. In deep meditation, Han Li suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids, snapping him back to alertness with a look of surprise on his face. "Master, what's happening?" As the spiritual tool closely connected to Han Li's mind, Silver Moon immediately sensed Han Li's anomaly and couldn't help but ask. "Someone is approaching here. One is at the core formation stage, and the other at the foundation establishment stage. But they have stopped 10 miles away. The aura of the foundation establishment one feels familiar. It seems to be that Feng Yue. This is quite strange." Hanley stroked his chin and pondered. "Do you want me to go and take a look in my spiritual form?" Silver Moon was silent for a moment before suggesting. "Forget it, your injuries haven't healed. I can only use foundation establishment stage power myself, so it's better not to meddle. They should leave soon. I can monitor their movements with my spiritual sense from here." Han Li seemed to sense something and shook his head. Since Han Li said so, Silver Moon naturally had no objections and complied. Han Li then closed his eyes and continued to sit quietly. But after a meal's time, Han Li let out a light hum, and his face suddenly showed a look of surprise. This time, Silver Moon wisely didn't ask any questions. Han Li, however, immediately furrowed his brows, his expression alternating between light and dark. "Senior Dan, if I remember correctly, you mentioned that the evil energy in me can only be removed by a few secret techniques, and most of them are Buddhist techniques. Is that really the case?" "Indeed. Apart from Buddhist techniques, a few rare techniques from Confucianism and Taoism can also dispel the evil energy, but none are as effective as Buddhist techniques," Dayan Godly Monarch lazily replied. "If that's the case, the most distinctive feature of Buddhist techniques is that their power contains Buddhist energy, and most techniques manifest as 7-colored spiritual light. Is that right?" Han Li asked, still looking uncertain. "Correct. Why, have you discovered something?" Dayan Godly Monarch, somewhat puzzled, asked curiously. "In that case, this person might be useful. It could even be an opportunity," Han Li muttered to himself, lowering his head. Dayan Godly Monarch, not understanding what Han Li meant, naturally felt displeased. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Han Li seemed to make up his mind. He suddenly stamped his foot, and his entire body shot out from the boulder in a flash of blue light, heading towards a certain direction. This action took both Silver Moon and Dayan Godly Monarch by surprise. Although puzzled, seeing Han Li's urgency, they could only keep their questions to themselves for now. Han Li covered the 10 or so miles almost instantly, arriving at a small forest on a patch of grassland. The forest was only about a mile in size, with sparse and not very tall trees. In the middle of the forest, on a clearing about a dozen feet in size, there were 2 people. One was a man in a blue robe, lying face down with a black bloodstain on his back, motionless, his life or death uncertain. However, he was enveloped by a 7-colored protective shield, which was extraordinarily bright. Nearby, an eagle-eyed old man in a purple robe was wielding a crimson flying sword, striking the shield with numerous sword shadows. Although the seven-colored shield was remarkable, it had begun to waver and flicker due to the lack of its master's support. Han Li's sudden appearance, without any concealment, naturally startled the eagle-eyed old man below. The old man was initially shocked, but after scanning Han Li's cultivation level and finding it only at the foundation establishment stage, he felt relieved. Instead, a murderous intent to silence witnesses rose in his heart. He raised his hand, and a flash of black light shot out, revealing a black gas-wrapped trident dart moving at an astonishing speed. Han Li coldly snorted. Without saying a word, he touched his forehead, and with a swoosh, a dark green cloud flew out from his head, instantly transforming into a large green hand several feet long, reaching to grab the black light. The eagle-eyed old man was momentarily stunned by this scene, not yet understanding what kind of technique this was. With a muffled sound, the trident dart was snatched up like a piece of straw by the large hand, instantly losing its connection to the old man's mind. Without pausing, the hand shot downwards towards the old man. This terrified the eagle-eyed old man, making him scramble to summon his crimson flying sword back to protect himself. But the dark green hand disappeared midair, only to reappear above the old man, transforming into a giant fist that smashed down. Ah. The old man only managed to let out a scream before being turned into a bloody pulp. The dark green fist then reformed into a large hand, grabbing a green light mass the size of an egg from the old man's remains. The hand flew back to Han Li, transforming into a dark green infant standing on Han Li's shoulder. It held the black trident dart in one hand and the green light mass in the other, grinning widely. Han Li's brows slightly twitched. In the face of sudden attacks, no matter how urgent the situation, he had never used his second nascent soul, reserving it for unexpected escape. But now, just a small demonstration of its power far exceeded his expectations, easily killing a core formation cultivator with a minor effort. It seemed a nascent soul was indeed formidable, far beyond what ordinary core formation cultivators could handle. Reflecting on this, Han Li silently floated down and walked towards the seven-colored shield. The crimson flying sword, having lost its master's control, fell to the side, its light dimming. Ignoring the sword, Han Li walked straight to the shield, observing it closely. He could now clearly see that the shield's source was a light blue jade pendant floating a few feet above the blue-robed man, emitting seven-colored light with peculiar Buddhist characters occasionally appearing in the glow. It was the same pendant with the inscription, Enning Zhang Feng, that Han Li had shown Silver Moon before. After staring at the jade pendant for a moment, Han Li transmitted a message, asking, "What do you think, Senior? This is a Buddhist artifact, right? Judging by the material and crafting technique, it's not exactly a Buddhist treasure, but it does have Buddhist restrictions placed on it by a high monk. Otherwise, a mere top-tier magical item wouldn't withstand attacks from a core formation cultivator's magic treasure for this long. It seems this Feng family has some ties to Buddhism, Dayan godly monarch replied, having understood Han Li's earlier questions, his tone cold. Hearing Dayan godly monarch's confirmation, Han Li felt pleased, glad that his actions hadn't been in vain. With that thought, he took a step forward, raised a hand, and gently placed his palm on the shield. A thin layer of blue flames appeared on his palm. With his current cultivation, he couldn't control much of the dry blue ice flame. The flames present were his limit. But even so, the shield couldn't resist the extreme cold of the flames and shattered with a pop. Han Li approached the blue-robed man, frowning at the black blood stain on his back. He sensed that the man's breath was not only chaotic and extremely weak, but also faintly exuding a deathly aura, indicating he was on the verge of dying. Without a word, Han Li cast a spell on the man, then opened his mouth to spray a cloud of blue-green energy that turned into a mist covering the man's body. Then he flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind turned the man's body over. One glance and Han Li gasped. It was indeed Feng Yue, but his face had turned completely black, and his lips were a purplish black, looking extremely terrifying. Han Li's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, Han Li enveloped the man's entire body with his spiritual sense, his eyes glowing with blue light as he activated his clear spiritual eyes. Despite being so severely poisoned, the man should have died instantly, yet he still had some breath left. This was indeed strange. Determined not to miss any details, Han Li continued his careful examination. After a while, Han Li seemed to have found something. He grabbed the man's collar and tore it open, revealing a silver key hanging from a chain on his chest. The key glowed with milky white light, continually repelling the poison from the man's chest, while the rest of his body was blackened by the poison. Han Li's eyes flickered as he grabbed the man's arm, and a layer of blue-green light flowed from his hand into the man's body, trying to push the poison out. But moments later, the blue-green light on the man's arm turned black and quickly spread back towards Han Li's hand. Bitter poison, Han Li exclaimed, quickly severing the connection with a flick of his hand, his face turning pale. Oh, it's one of the 10 absolute poisons, bitter poison. Han boy, your efforts are in vain. This person cannot be saved, Dayan godly monarch chuckled, seemingly taking pleasure in Han Li's misfortune. Han Li rolled his eyes and coldly retorted, HMPH. Maybe I can't completely detoxify him, but making him temporarily conscious and extending his life for 10 days or half a month isn't beyond my capabilities. However, the spiritual medicine required is not insignificant. I'm not sure if this person is worth such a high cost. After saying this, Han Li slowly stood up, a contemplative expression on his face. Master, you could wake him up first, ask him some questions, and then decide, Silver Moon suggested with a light laugh. That's true. I won't be satisfied until I understand his connection to the Buddhist sect of Great Jin. Han Li sighed and said. Then, with a tap on his storage pouch, A small white bottle appeared in his hand. As the bottle was overturned, a fiery red almond-shaped pill fell into Han Li's palm. Looking at this pill, a spirit medicine refined from high-grade demon cores in the past, Han Li's face revealed a trace of regret. Originally meant to enhance the spiritual power of nascent soul cultivators, using such a pill here was indeed a bit wasteful. If Silver Moon hadn't been injured and his magical powers sealed, Han Li wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble using soul-searching techniques. With a single hand, he pinched the blue-robed man's chin. With an extremely skillful twist of his wrist, he deftly dislocated the man's jaw, causing his mouth to involuntarily open wide. With the other hand, a flick sent the pill enveloped in a ball of green chi straight into the man's mouth. Han Li released his hands, and with a slight movement at his waist, a gleaming silver needle appeared between his fingers. With a glint of cold light, the silver needle turned into several strands of silver threads that swiftly pierced various parts of the blue-robed man's body, finishing in an instant. Wherever the needles pierced, dark poisonous blood sprayed out, emitting a nauseating stench. Han Li stood up, his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the man to wake up. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the toxic blood on Feng Yue's body formed a large puddle. Finally, a low groan came from his mouth, indicating that he was about to regain consciousness. Han Li's eyes flashed. With both hands lifted simultaneously, he flicked his 10 fingers in a rapid succession of moves. A gust of wind swept through, abruptly stopping the flow of the toxic blood. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, his second nascent soul transformed into a black cloud, shooting obliquely into the nearby woods, disappearing without a trace. "It's you." The blue-robed man finally opened his eyes, clearly seeing Han Li before him. He uttered a surprised sound and struggled to sit up. "What, seeing me, surprises you?" Han Li glanced at Feng Yue and said lightly, "It was fellow Taoist who saved me. What about that old thief, Feng Zhen?" Although the young man's voice was weak, it was still full of vigilance. "You mean the one in purple robes? He's lying over there." Han Li glanced casually to the side and said indifferently. Feng Yue's eyes flickered slightly. With a difficult twist of his neck, he finally saw the mangled corpse of the purple-robed old man on the ground. His face first showed surprise, then finally hatred. Then his gaze turned back to Han Li, his face showing an extremely strange expression. Could it be that Brother Han also killed that old thief? It seems Brother Han's methods are truly unfathomable. I will remember this life-saving grace and will definitely repay it in the future. Feng Yue asked tentatively, while reaching into his waist to take out a pill and popped it into his mouth. With the other hand supporting himself, he tried to stand up. But as soon as he stood halfway, his legs gave out, and he fell to the ground again. "What's going on? Why do I feel so weak?" Feng Yue lay on the ground, his face suddenly turning pale with a hint of panic. "You talk about repaying. It seems fellow Taoist doesn't quite understand your current situation." Han Li's expression darkened. He said bluntly without offering a hand to help. What do you mean? Have you placed a restriction on me? The young man glared at Han Li, his face showing surprise and anger. Place a restriction on you? You're overestimating yourself. If I wanted to control you, what need would there be for a restriction? Take a look at your current condition. Han Li sneered and threw something small beside Feng Yue. It was actually an ordinary bronze mirror. Upon hearing this, Feng Yue's face was full of suspicion. He saw Han Li's expression unchanged and gritted his teeth to pick up the mirror, looking into it. Ah, what's going on? My face. This is poison. When did I get poisoned so deeply? Could that old thief have used something poisonous? Feng Yue was shocked and couldn't help shouting hoarsely when he saw his face. Then, in a panic, he dumped his storage pouch on the ground. After a flash of white light, a large pile of bottles and jars appeared on the ground. He hurriedly found several bottles, regardless of anything else, and stuffed the pills into his mouth. Han Li coldly watched on the side, allowing the other party to take the pills on his own, without saying a word. After taking the pills, Feng Yue did not talk to Han Li again and immediately closed his eyes to meditate, trying to force the poison out with the remaining medicinal power. But after only a short while, he opened his eyes again, his face even more shocked and terrified. How is this possible? None of these detoxifying pills work at all. What kind of strange poison did I get? He finally realized the severity of the poison and became extremely anxious. Although I haven't seen it before, it should be the bitter poison among the 10 extreme poisons. Han Li spoke calmly and began to explain. Bitter poison? They actually used this poison to deal with me. That old thief must have really sided with the Kong family. According to rumors, the Kong family happens to have this kind of poison. Feng Yue's face instantly turned pale. His voice involuntarily screamed in horror. The Kong family. Han Li's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he immediately regained his composure. No bitter poison should have caused immediate death. How could I wake up again? The young man suddenly realized this point and, not knowing where he got the strength, turned over and tried to stand up, questioning Han Li. HMPH, don't underestimate yourself. If it weren't for some things I wanted to ask you, I wouldn't have wasted a Heiyuan pill on you. Your temporary survival also relies on something around your neck to temporarily resist the poison gas. Otherwise, with the poison attacking your heart, even an immortal pill wouldn't bring you back to consciousness. Han Li's face darkened as he said bluntly, You moved this thing. The young man, upon hearing Han Li mention the silver key, discovered the thing that was almost his life hidden on his chest, suddenly surprised and temporarily calmed down. I'm curious too. A Foundation establishment cultivator getting bitter poison should have died instantly. Naturally, I need to investigate the reasons. However, the Heiyuan pill is only temporarily suppressing the poison gas. A day later, the poison will attack again. You are undoubtedly doomed, Han Li said nonchalantly. Heiyuan pill, it seems I have heard of it. Is it a very rare pill? If I continue to take this pill, can it continue to suppress the poison gas? Feng Yue thought for a moment and asked nervously. The fact that the other party had heard of this pill surprised Han Li a bit, but he replied indifferently. Continuing to take it will temporarily save your life. But do you know what this pill is made of? It's not a medicine used for detoxification at all, but a spiritual pill used by nascent soul stage cultivators to break through bottlenecks and enhance their cultivation. It's something priceless. Han Li didn't say anything more, but the meaning in his words was extremely clear. A spiritual pill for enhancing nascent soul stage cultivation. Feng Yue, although he expected this pill to be extremely valuable, was still speechless when he heard this. However, if you really want to survive, there is a way. Han Li suddenly smiled. What way? As long as I can save my little brother's life, I promise Brother Han any condition. The young man's spirits rose, and he hurriedly said with great joy, I don't want anything from you. Just answer me a few questions honestly later. Han Li chuckled and said nonchalantly, Okay, as long as Feng is aware of it, I will never hide anything. The young man said without hesitation. Han Li smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the method. The method is simple. Since you have been poisoned with bitter poison and this body is doomed, why not exchange for a new body? Many cultivators who have been poisoned by the 10 extreme poisons have survived by using the method of possession. Han Li calmly revealed the method. Possession. The young man was stunned for a moment, but unexpectedly laughed bitterly. What, do you think this method won't work? Han Li raised his eyebrows, his expression indifferent as he asked. You can't use this method. Could it be that you've already? Han Li thought of something, somewhat surprised. The medicine bottle flipped, and a fiery red almond-shaped pill fell into Han Li's palm. Looking at this pill, a spiritual medicine refined years ago with high-level demon cores, Han Li's face revealed a trace of regret. This pill was originally meant to enhance the spiritual power of Foundation establishment cultivators, and using it here was indeed a bit wasteful. If his magic power hadn't been sealed, and Silvermoon hadn't been injured, he could have simply used soul-searching techniques without all this trouble. With one hand, he twisted the chin of the blue-robed man, deftly dislocating it. The man's mouth involuntarily opened wide. With a flick of his other hand, the pill was enveloped in a wisp of blue qi and shot into the man's mouth. Han Li released his hands, casually retrieving a shiny silver needle from his waist. A cold light flashed, and the silver needle turned into several silver threads that swiftly pierced the man's body. Instantly, blackish, poisonous blood shot out, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Han Li stood up, hands behind his back, silently waiting for the man to wake up. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the poison blood flowing from Maple Peak's body formed a large puddle, and a low moan finally came from his mouth, indicating he was about to wake up. Han Li's eyes flickered. With both hands raised, he snapped his fingers skillfully, and a gust of wind shot out, abruptly stopping the flowing poison blood. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, the second nascent soul immediately turned into a dark cloud and shot obliquely into the nearby forest, disappearing without a trace. "It's you." The blue-robed man finally opened his eyes, recognized Han Li in front of him, and exclaimed in surprise, struggling to sit up. "Why surprised to see me?" Han Li glanced at Maple Peak, saying lightly, "Did you save me? What about that old thief, Feng Zhan?" Although the youth's voice was weak, it was filled with vigilance. "You mean the one in the purple robe? He's lying over there." Han Li glanced to the side indifferently, saying casually. Maple Peak's eyes rolled slightly. With great effort, he turned his neck and finally saw the mangled body of the purple-robed old man, his face first showing surprise, then finally revealing a look of hatred. Then his gaze shifted back to Han Li. His face showed an extremely strange expression. "So Brother Han saved me. Did Brother Han kill that old thief?" Maple Peak finally opened his eyes and saw Han Li clearly in front of him, exclaiming in surprise, trying to sit up. "What's the matter?" Surprised to see me. Han Li glanced at Maple Peak and said indifferently, "It's you. I thought I was going to die here today." The youth looked at Han Li and said in a weak voice, "Which Ningxiang? It must be the Feng family in Ningxiang, of course." In Ningxiang Prefecture, the Feng family can be considered a significant force, Maple Peak replied without hesitation. "Ningxiang Prefecture. Which provincial capital is that?" Han Li squinted his eyes. "There are several prefectural capitals named Ningxiang across the various provinces of Dajin. But the Feng family in Ningxiang Prefecture of Liaoju is the only one," Maple Peak said with a hint of surprise, seeming taken aback by Han Li's detailed inquiry. Han Li, however, nodded nonchalantly, not probing further about the Feng family. Instead, he pointed to the jade pendant and asked, "How did you obtain this item? What is its origin?" "This Lynxia pendant was passed down to me by my father as a token of the Feng family." "Why do you ask about this, friend?" Maple Peak responded, clearly surprised. "A token? Are there several top-grade magical items like this one in the Feng family, given to direct descendants?" Han Li asked skeptically, glancing sideways at the youth. "Of course not. The Feng family only has 3 or 4 such tokens in total. Only direct bloodline disciples can possess them." Maple Peak shook his head. "So your status in the Feng family is quite high," Han Li remarked. "I am the eldest son of the main branch of the Feng family. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have taken over the Feng family several decades later." Maple Peak's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of pain flickering in his eyes. Hearing this, Han Li knew that indeed something serious was happening to him, and even the Feng family seemed to be in trouble. Not wanting to pry into matters that didn't concern him, Han Li didn't ask further about the Feng family. Instead, he focused on the youth and asked the question he most wanted to know. "What is the relationship between your Feng family and the Dajin Buddhist sect? Don't tell me you know nothing." Since this token can be imbued with such deep Buddhist spiritual energy, there must be some connection, Han Li inquired. The Feng family does have some connection with the Buddhist sect. One of our ancestors was a lay disciple of the Kaiyanguang Temple in Ningxiang in the past. Kaiyanguang Temple is a branch of the major Buddhist sect, Golden Lotus sect. Originally, our Feng family practiced Buddhist methods. But since Kaiyanguang Temple moved out of Liaoju several hundred years ago and returned to its main sect, our Feng family disciples have switched to Confucian methods. Maple Peak hesitated for a moment, but there was nothing to hide, so he replied straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Han Li was inwardly delighted. Although he didn't know about Kaiyanguang Temple, he had indeed heard of the Golden Lotus sect, one of the 4 major sects of Buddhism in Dajin. It seemed that the Feng family had originally practiced the most orthodox Buddhist methods. Do you know all these Buddhist methods? Han Li continued to ask. I have no intention of practicing Buddhist methods, so why would I remember those techniques? However, our Feng family still retains the methods for practicing these techniques, Maple Peak replied after hesitating for a moment. By now, he had realized that the person in front of him was extremely profound and seemed to be interested in Buddhist techniques, which made him feel somewhat surprised. It was well known that, although the later stages of Buddhist techniques were incredibly powerful, the slow pace and strict requirements of cultivation in the Dajin cultivation world were famous. There were not many who voluntarily practiced Buddhist techniques. Han Kid, you should ask him whether that ancestor of the temple was in what realm of cultivation and whether he had cultivated the relic. Only those who have cultivated the relic can possibly have the method to eliminate the evil aura. The great universal God suddenly spoke, reminding him. Han Li had already learned some information about the relic from ancient books before he arrived in Dajin. The relic was a unique item for Buddhists. Some appeared in the Foundation establishment period, while others appeared in the Yuanying period. It seemed that there was no specific rule to follow. It was a mysterious thing for non-Buddhist cultivators. However, it was certain that many advanced Buddhist techniques and supernatural powers could only be practiced and displayed after obtaining the relic. Han Li nodded silently, calmly asking the same question to Maple Peak. The relic, indeed, my ancestor of the Feng family cultivated this thing. If it were not for his limited qualifications in other aspects, he would not have created the Ningxiang Feng family in despair. Maple Peak frowned slightly, responding. Han Li's spirits lifted. It seemed that luck was on his side. Perhaps he could find a way to eliminate the evil aura without delving deep into Dajin. Thinking of this, Han Li smiled slightly, and his expression relaxed. I have one more question now, and after you answer it, we'll be done. Friend, what else do you want to know? Just ask, Maple Peak said with a forced smile. You are only a Foundation establishment cultivator, so why would someone like him use such a strange poison as the 10 absolute poison against you? From some perspectives, 10 absolute poison is even more valuable than some rare elixirs. If he intended to capture you alive, he would not have used this poison. But if he wanted to kill you with his cultivation in the core formation stage, it seems unnecessary. Hanley slowly asked the question that had been circling in his mind. I see. It said that the 10 absolute poison is invisible and odorless. Once it touches a cultivator with shallow cultivation, they immediately collapse into unconsciousness. That Kong family seems to be a great enemy of your Feng family. Han Li tilted his head, suddenly understanding. Exactly. The Kong family, along with the Zhang family, the Jin family, and our Feng family, are considered the 4 major cultivation families in Ningxiang Prefecture. Originally, we had a peaceful coexistence, but unexpectedly in recent years, our Feng family weakened slightly, and the Kong family allied with the other 2 families to secretly strike at us, Maple Peak said, his face contorting into a grimace. As a scion of a prestigious family, now stranded on foreign grasslands and facing imminent danger, he naturally harbored intense resentment towards these 3 families. I have no interest in the disputes between your families, but your answer satisfies me. Now let's talk about the Heiyuan pill. I have a few left, probably about a dozen. They should be enough to buy you an additional 10 days or so. However, each pill is worth thousands of spiritual stones. Can you afford them? Han Li said nonchalantly. Thousands of spiritual stones. Even though Maple Peak had some suspicions, he was still shocked by the price. This was equivalent to the cost of a top-grade magical item. All right, I'll buy them. Maple Peak hesitated briefly, but the expression of reluctance quickly faded, and he agreed firmly. Do you have tens of thousands of spiritual stones on you? Han Li raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the youth with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He simply couldn't believe that the young man carried so many spiritual stones. I don't have tens of thousands of spiritual stones on me, but I can use this Feng family secret lair key as collateral, Maple Peak said without hesitation, pulling a silver key from around his neck and handing it over. It seemed like he had already planned this in secret. Feng family secret lair. Han Li stared at the key in silence, showing no intention of taking it immediately. However, he knew that Maple Peak would explain voluntarily. Yes, this is the only artifact that can open our Feng family's secret lair, which has been collecting treasures for over 1,000 years. As the eldest grandson of the main branch of the Feng family, when our family faced a crisis, the elders entrusted me with this key to escape. Although I've never been there, the treasures inside are definitely worth far more than tens of thousands of spiritual stones, Maple Peak explained calmly. Using this as collateral, how can I be sure if this key is genuine or not? Even if it's real and you hand it over to me, don't you want the Feng family to rise again? Han Li's expression remained neutral, not revealing his thoughts. What rise again? As far as I know, except for me, the other survivors who escaped from the Feng family are just servants and disciples from external branches. Now, among the direct disciples, I am the only one left. Otherwise, why would I have fled alone to the grasslands that day? If I die, the Feng family lineage will be cut off, and eventually the secret lair will fall into the hands of the Kong family. They will eventually track it down. In this case, it's better to let me save my life. If I still can't find a way to remove this poison in these 10 days, then consider the secret lair as a gift to you. Besides, the Buddhist techniques that Senior Han most wants are also stored in the secret lair, Maple Peak said with a hint of gloom on his face. Hanley fell silent for a moment, pondering quietly. After a while, he calmly said, "All right, you can exchange this key for the spiritual pills. But before that, I need your cooperation to let me search your divine sense for the authenticity of the key and the Buddhist techniques. Otherwise, I won't take the secret lair, and I won't want to be deceived." Search my soul. Isn't that a technique that only nascent soul cultivators can perform? How could you possibly do it? Maple Peak's face paled at the mention of soul searching, showing fear. Forceful soul searching indeed requires a cultivation level of nascent soul or above. But if the person being searched cooperates, it's not so troublesome. Besides, my technique is quite different from ordinary soul searching. Although I, at the foundation establishment stage, can't delve into complex matters, it's quite easy to discern the truth of something from divine sense. Hanley pursed his lips, then relaxed them to reveal his snow-white teeth, gleaming with a hint of chill. Seeing Hanley's expression, Maple Peak couldn't help but shudder. As a scion of a prestigious family, he naturally understood the horror of soul searching. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't agree to such a dangerous request. However, after looking down at his dark hands and considering the consequences of refusal, he sighed in resignation. "Fine, I'll cooperate with your technique. But you can only investigate matters regarding the secret lair and the Buddhist techniques. You must not touch anything else, and I won't allow it." Maple Peak clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and resolved firmly. "Of course. As for other matters, I have no interest in knowing. Let's perform the technique elsewhere," Hanley said with a hint of a smile on his face. Without waiting for the other's agreement, he swept his sleeve towards the young man's face. A burst of green mist flew out, directly enveloping Maple Yue's head. The young man staggered and fell, but the green mist caught him around the waist, gently lifting him up. Although Hanley's cultivation was sealed, his mastery of magical techniques remained superb, far beyond what a foundation establishment cultivator could compare with. At this moment, the second nascent soul, transformed into a black cloud, also flew out from the side of the woods. In a flash, it reappeared in front of Han Li in the form of a baby, one hand still gripping the triangular spike, the other holding the soul of the old man with eagle eyes. "Keeping him is pointless. Let's destroy him," Han Li said emotionlessly after glancing at the old man's soul. Upon hearing this, the second nascent soul grinned mischievously, and black-green flames suddenly appeared on its tightly clenched little hand. With a slight tremor, the green light silently turned into a wisp of blue smoke within the flames. At the same time, Han Li flicked his finger, and a fist-sized fireball struck the remains of the old man's body. Flames surged into the sky, and the old man with eagle eyes was completely annihilated from the world. Next, Hanley reached out and grabbed a storage pouch, and the small crimson soared from the ground. After cleaning up the other visible traces, Hanley took Maple Yue with him on his flying tool and headed towards the scattered rock pile where he had meditated earlier. With his cultivation sealed, he naturally had to be extra cautious. However, at this moment, Hanley felt somewhat frustrated. Although his spiritual consciousness was incredibly powerful, comparable to a late nascent soul stage cultivator, under current circumstances, he dared not extend his spiritual consciousness too far. On the contrary, he had to actively retract most of it. Otherwise, if discovered by a nascent soul stage expert or someone proficient in spiritual consciousness techniques, it would be a dead end. Yet, by keeping his spiritual consciousness near, he risked being approached by higher-level nascent soul cultivators who were still unknown to him. When he was nurturing the golden devouring beetles in the middle of the grassland, part of the reason he was detected was due to some relaxation and carelessness. But more importantly, it was because he had contracted his spiritual consciousness to nearby areas. As a result, a nascent soul stage cultivator chased after the demonic beast with astonishing speed, almost matching that of a late nascent soul stage expert. Over a distance of over 20 miles, he arrived in an instant. Even if Hanley noticed, he couldn't withdraw the insect in time, thus causing an unnecessary disaster. However, on such a vast Tianlin grassland, he happened to encounter a nascent soul stage expert who was proficient in flying techniques. It was unknown whether the other party was unlucky or he was even more unfortunate. I believe that if both sides paused for a moment to understand each other's methods, they probably wouldn't have started fighting. Whenever he thought of this, Hanley couldn't help but feel a bit amused and helpless. Now that his spiritual consciousness had been forcibly rebounded and his powers had been sealed, his magic spells had been suppressed. It would be difficult to recover and regain his powers. I don't know why. Hanley thought of it again in the air and sighed before returning to the scattered rock piles, landing calmly. A day later, Hanley returned to his headquarters as promised. At this point, many of the tents there were noticeably diminished compared to the previous 2 days. It seemed that some of the tribes had rested and set off in succession. But when Hanley returned to the tent of the Azure Egret tribe, Wying Lu and others were already well prepared and had the carriage ready, waiting for the arrival of the immortal Hanley. Seeing Hanley, Wying Lu was naturally overjoyed and eagerly invited Hanley into the carriage. Then he drove the carriage team away from the original location, heading straight for the exit of the other side of the station. Hanley sat in the original carriage and gently closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. However, what he didn't expect was that shortly after the carriage left the gate, it suddenly stopped with a creak. Hanley frowned and opened his eyes, but did not lift the curtain, instead releasing his spiritual consciousness a little further, paying attention to the surrounding situation. Not long after, several small caravans arrived one after another. The leaders of the caravans politely greeted Wying Lu and then merged their teams together. It was only then that Han Li understood that in the 2 days he had been away, the leader of the Azure Egret tribe had actually united many small tribes to travel together. Each caravan had a cultivator escort, but their cultivation bases were naturally pitifully weak. Among the caravan, there were even 2 cultivators who were only in the chi refining stage, according to the bluntly stated opinion of the nascent soul expert, had not yet obtained formal cultivation qualifications. It was also unclear how these 2 tribes managed to pull together the caravan. Han Li's cultivation was the highest among all the caravans, despite being in the middle of the foundation building period after his seal. Han Li touched his chin, shaking his head in a wry smile. In his view, pulling together these people on the road not only had no help, but also added more burdens. At this time, the caravan of the Red Wolf Department also hurried to come. Looking at a car in their caravan, Han Li's eyes flashed a few times, and he wanted to recall his spiritual consciousness. Suddenly, another extremely light spirit passed from the team. If Han Li's spiritual consciousness was not far from the other party, he would never be able to detect it. Han Li's face changed, and he hurriedly restrained his breath without thinking more. Sure enough, after the consciousness swept through the entire team, it immediately turned back to check the vehicles with the cultivators. After circling around Han Li for a few moments, he finally found nothing, and then hurried out of the car. Han Li's face darkened as he glanced coldly in the direction of the residence that he had just exited. At the same time, on the second-floor platform of a bluestone pavilion within the residence, 3 nascent soul cultivators were standing facing the direction of Han Li's convoy. The leader, a bald elderly man, suddenly uttered a soft exclamation and opened his eyes, which he had previously closed. His face showed a hint of puzzlement. Elder Eagle, could it be that you've found that person? A middle-aged man standing behind the old man, along with a woman in palace attire, asked anxiously, their expressions turning grave. Humph, rest assured. It's not that outsider. It seems someone has been severely poisoned, their entire body shrouded in poisonous gas, and yet they haven't died. This is quite strange, the bald old man said somewhat discontentedly, glancing at the middle-aged man. Senior uncle, Brother Li is just a bit worried. Of course, Senior Uncle wouldn't fear that outsider. However, with only Senior Uncle as a nascent soul stage cultivator here, and that person being so formidable, even if Senior Uncle can hold him off, it would be disastrous if the leaders of so many small tribes and low-level cultivators here get involved. We too can't handle it, the palace-dressed woman quickly interjected with a smile, trying to ease the middle-aged man's concern. You don't need to flatter me. Even if the other party is severely injured, even 2 or 3 of me wouldn't be their match. But now that they've been caught in the immortal seizing hand of a grand immortal, they are no longer a threat. For the next period of time, I will stay here to prevent them from sneaking away. The method of nurturing golden, devouring beetles from that outsider's body is something the sacred temple must obtain. Not only in this residence, but all nearby residences will have high-level cultivators like me stationed there, the bald old man said calmly. When everything is set up, the sacred maiden and another grand immortal will arrive nearby after the initiation ceremony. They will summon the avatar of the sacred beast using the sacred artifacts and swiftly locate the hiding place of that person with the power of the sacred beast. By then, that outsider will have nowhere to run, the bald old man continued nonchalantly. I see. I wondered why none of the seniors who issued the order have urged us on since the order was given. The palace-dressed woman sighed with relief. Humph, your little tricks. Who do you think you can fool? But it's not entirely your fault. Even if that person is severely injured, you too are not his match. The same goes for other search teams in different places, with cultivations lower than yours. We old fellows aren't counting on using the grass startling the snake tactic to find that person. After all, the outsider's escape techniques are extraordinary. Not only proficient in earth escape techniques, but also the blood-red escape technique used as a last resort is extremely elusive. Even if discovered without a grand immortal present, it's impossible to capture them. We are the same. However, you know this information now. Surface work still needs to be done, and we still need to search around periodically while nearby, the old man said with a grunt. Yes, senior uncle. The middle-aged man and the palace-dressed woman glanced at each other and replied with relief. After all, they were still somewhat worried about their previous perfunctory actions. However, now that they had clarified things with the elder before them, they felt completely relieved. By the way, Elder Eagle, since you've just detected something unusual about the poisoned person in the convoy, should we leave them behind and let you investigate the cause? The middle-aged man asked, trying to please him. That person. The bald old man's heart stirred. He stroked his beard and fell into contemplation. Let it go. That person either took some spiritual pill or has some detoxifying treasure on them to resist so effectively. There's nothing too mysterious about it. However, their senior sect members should have some background. And I sense a death aura on them. I estimate they won't last more than a few days. If they die here, it could cause some trouble. The bald old man waved his hand and said so. Yes, we'll follow your advice. The middle-aged man flattered, almost stepping on the horse's hoof, revealing an embarrassed expression. At this moment, the bald old man glanced again in the direction of the convoy. There was an inadvertent furrow between his brows. Just now, he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. When he first swept through the convoy, he suddenly felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. He had sensed an unusual sense of oppression from a cultivator in another carriage. However, this feeling was too fleeting. When he carefully inspected again the second time, he didn't feel anything unusual from that person. This made him somewhat puzzled and hesitant. The opponent gave him such a feeling, and there are only two possibilities for the truth. Either his spiritual awareness just now was mistaken, or it was a cultivator whose spiritual awareness far exceeded his own, likely that foreigner. But either of these outcomes, once exposed, seemed unfavorable to him. The former would be embarrassing but manageable, merely losing face in front of two juniors and suffering some damage to his reputation. The latter, however, would be truly troublesome. Despite appearing confident in front of the middle-aged man and the woman in palace attire, in reality, as one of the cultivators who participated in the interception battle, he felt deep fear towards the foreigners' abilities and their fierceness in fighting against overwhelming odds. The miserable end of those fallen cultivators, their bodies turned into purple ice and their nascent souls frozen, was vivid in his mind. Even if the opponent was seriously injured, pulling him down to death together would probably be effortless. Forget it, there are no other nascent soul cultivators nearby. It's better not to take risks to confirm these vague and life-threatening speculations. Besides, soon enough, the grand immortal master and the holy maiden will personally take action against this person. After considering these serious implications, the bald-browed old man sighed lightly and dismissed the idea of catching up with the carriage to intercept the opponent. If he were 200 years younger, he might have been tempted to take the risk. But now, with little time left, his life was more precious than ever. The bald-browed old man watched the caravan gradually move away, standing still in place. This caused the man and woman behind him to exchange bewildered glances, but neither had the courage to ask anything. After Han Li's carriage traveled more than 10 miles, he still did not see the spiritual awareness owner from the residence tracking him, which relieved him. Although his reaction was fast enough to deal with the rapidly scanning spiritual awareness, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden drop in cultivation base. It seemed like his spiritual awareness retracted a bit late, and he wasn't sure if he had successfully deceived the opponent. The opponent's spiritual awareness was so subtle and secretive that it clearly indicated cultivation in related special techniques. Feeling a bit more at ease, he continued to cautiously hide his aura and suppress his breath while in the carriage. After walking for most of the day, Han Li relaxed his expression and slowly released his spiritual awareness again, automatically enveloping everything abnormal within a radius of over 20 miles. He then reached into the storage pouch of the Eagle-Eye Elder and turned it upside down, pouring out a pile of miscellaneous items amidst flashes of white light. Scanning through the pile, Han Li picked up a small bottle and opened the cap to sniff it. After a moment's consideration, he shook his head and put it aside. He picked up another bottle and repeated the action, as if searching for something. Finally, when he opened an inconspicuous green jade bottle, before Han Li could identify its contents, a wisp of purple mist flew out from it. Han Li's face darkened, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and a green light ball shot out, instantly enveloping the purple mist. However, in an instant, the green light started turning black from the inside out. Han Li's expression changed drastically. Seizing the moment before the green light was completely contaminated, He blew out a breath of air, and the light ball shot into the small bottle. Han Li quickly sealed the bottle cap. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that his efforts were not in vain, as obtaining some remnants of the 10 extinction poison was no small gain. 10 extinction poison was generally something one encountered by chance, not sought after. And the fact that the Kong family possessed such poison indicated that they were indeed extraordinary. Carefully stowing away the bottle, he suddenly extended a strand of spiritual awareness into a carriage belonging to the Fire Wolf clan. Inside, Feng Yue was holding a fist-sized round bead in both hands, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Black qi was being poured into the bead in clusters, causing the bead to become glossy black. There were also many medicine bottles placed in front of him, with most of their caps already opened and various colored pills scattered around. Seeing this scene, Han Li shook his head and withdrew his spiritual awareness. At a glance, although the bead was some kind of exotic treasure capable of absorbing some poisonous qi, it had already reached its limit. Moreover, the poisonous qi it absorbed would probably regenerate shortly, making it useless for dealing with deeply entrenched poisons. Feng Yue's attempt to use these 10-odd days to detoxify himself was simply wishful thinking. Thinking like this, Han Li closed his eyes without any joy or sorrow and entered a state of meditation. The next 7 or 8 days passed relatively peacefully. Only a few low-level iron hoof beasts, which were not very vigilant, collided with the caravan. As a result, several excited cultivators from the Fire Wolf clan used their magic tools to bombard them, turning them into spoils of war. Only Han Li, Feng Yue, and another escort from the Fire Wolf clan remained in the carriage, refraining from taking action. Feng Yue was fine. However, the other cultivator, who also disliked going out, sparked Han Li's interest. After probing with his spiritual awareness a few times, he found nothing unusual. He was just a 27 or 28-year-old youth who spent his days practicing diligently like an early foundation establishment cultivator named Kinfin. After a few probes, Han Li lost interest. It was Feng Yue, who was vigilant at all times. After attempting a series of detoxification methods without success, he appeared increasingly impatient and anxious, occasionally revealing a look of despair on his face. His once black hair had gradually turned gray. This was understandable. Anyone who knew that their death was imminent and yet was powerless to stop it would find this suffering unbearable. Surprisingly, the youth did not collapse immediately, which somewhat surprised Han Li. However, in his heart, Han Li silently calculated the days. This sole, legitimate descendant of the Feng family could only survive for another 2 or 3 days at most. As for himself, Han Li had completed comprehending the mantra given by the great sublime Divine Lord 2 days ago and felt much more at ease. Even if his identity was exposed and a nascent soul cultivator attacked suddenly, he no longer needed to fear excessively. In the afternoon of that day, nearing dusk, The caravan of several hundred people stopped beside a river nearly 100 yards wide. They began to replenish their water supply and prepare dinner, taking a rest. When Han Li heard the sound of flowing river water nearby, he felt a stir in his heart and unexpectedly left the carriage. "Master Han, do you have any instructions?" A delicate girl named Yingshan was eating something that looked like cured meat. Upon seeing Han Li emerge, she hurriedly set the food aside, blushing as she respectfully greeted him. Having traveled together for such a long time, this was the first time Han Li had stepped out of the carriage on his own, causing the girl some alarm. "No worries, I've been meditating in the carriage for quite some time. I just came out for a look." Han Li glanced at the girl's youthful face, then at the hard food, and said gently, "Well, Master Han, shall I fetch some clean water for you?" The girl still appeared somewhat flustered. "That would be good. Although I have been fasting, I should drink some clean water." Han Li nodded towards the nearby river and said. Upon hearing this, the girl's anxiety eased considerably. She immediately agreed cheerfully and grabbed a water pouch to run towards the riverbank. There, people from various tribes had lit campfires and were roasting cattle and sheep. Han Li watched the sudden appearance of the giant bat with green light, his expression turning serious as he pondered silently. He knew this bat was no ordinary creature, but a rare demonic beast known for its immense size and formidable strength. As the bat emerged, young Lady Yingshan promptly notified the tribe's leader and other key figures in the caravan. This caused a commotion among the people, filled with fear and panic. However, Han Li remained calm, focusing his attention on observing every move of the giant bat. Soon enough, the bat emitted a low growl, filling the air with a strong sense of oppression that heightened the fear among the common folk in the caravan. Meanwhile, the experts among the Tufu people displayed a solemn demeanor, clearly readying themselves for a confrontation. Standing calmly aside, Han Li awaited the bat's next move, opting to observe rather than hastily act, keen on deciphering the creature's true intentions. However, Han Li's gaze did not linger on the bat. Instead, he looked towards the group of cultivators standing on its gigantic back. Although they were still far away, under the flickering blue light in his pupils, he had already clearly seen the appearances of these individuals. He couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This group consisted of 8 people, 4 men and 4 women. The men were dressed in luxurious silk garments with jade belts, while the women wore white robes and golden belts, attire completely different from the Tufu people. Han Li became somewhat suspicious. However, what put him at ease was that aside from the 2 leaders who were at the foundation establishment stage, the rest were merely foundation establishment cultivators. It seemed they weren't here for him. Just as Han Li was thinking swiftly, the giant bat, with a size of 5 or 6 zhang, flew over the caravan and flapped its wings wildly, instantly coming to a stop. A gust of wind rushed towards the caravan, flipping several vehicles that were directly in its path. Bags, boxes, and other items flew out of the vehicles, scattering and breaking open on the ground. Many ores and herbs spilled all over. As for the ordinary people who were knocked down by the strong wind, there were even more casualties. This sudden turn of events made the Tufu cultivators, who had already shown slight changes in their expressions, even more alarmed, exchanging glances with each other. "Which one of you is in charge? Come out and speak." A man in his 40s on the bat scanned the caravan below with a cold voice in the Tufu tribe's language. This man was one of the core formation cultivators. The other was a young woman in her 20s, clad in white, with a cold and frosty demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yinglu was startled and immediately stepped out of the crowd, intending to bow and speak. "I'm not referring to mortals, I mean you cultivators." The man's face darkened, impatiently stating. With a sudden swing of its wing, a gust of wind blew towards the caravan, causing Yinglu to wobble and retreat, nearly sitting down. Seeing this, the rest of the Tufu cultivators became even more fearful. It seemed like the other party's intentions were not good. At the next moment, all their gazes turned towards Han Li. After all, in the cultivation world, the one with the highest cultivation automatically became the leader, which seemed justified. Seeing this situation, Han Li felt a bit frustrated. However, he also noticed something. By now, both Feng Yue and another Tufu cultivator had not yet stepped out of their vehicles. Feng Yue's absence could be understood to some extent. Since he was nearing his death, he naturally had an air of recklessness and wasn't afraid to offend higher-level cultivators. But the other person was the curious Tufu cultivator whom he had encountered before, also at the Foundation establishment stage, surprisingly not showing himself. This was a big problem. Could it be that these people are here for him? Hanley thought to himself. I wonder what the two seniors and fellow cultivators have come here for. Are you looking for someone or something, or do you have other tasks? We will do our utmost to cooperate. Helpless, Han Li stepped forward calmly and said. Upon hearing such calm words, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and after scanning Han Li's cloak, he suddenly said without expression, Talk to me after you take off your cloak. I want to see your face first. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a wave of frustration. But since he had never revealed his true face even when he fought with Tufu cultivators before, this wasn't a big deal. Without saying much, he took off his cloak, revealing his ordinary face. The several men and women on the giant bat simultaneously focused their gazes on Han Li's face. Han Li even felt a slight spiritual fluctuation emanating from the man's eyes, indicating that he was using some secret technique to observe him. It's his real face, not that traitor. After a moment, the cold light in the man's eyes subsided, and he said to the core formation woman beside him. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded and glanced at the other Tufu cultivators, shaking her head as well. At this point, the man turned to Han Li and said indifferently, Call out all your companions. We are looking for someone who we suspect is hiding in your caravan. Once found, we will leave. We won't harm you. Although the man said so, after a brief exchange of whispers, he immediately waved his hand. The other 6 Foundation establishment men and women on the giant bat immediately flew out and stopped over the vehicles where Feng Yue and the other hidden tofu cultivator were located, obviously having found their targets. And the 2 carriages remained silent until now. Seeing this, the others dared not even breathe. The tribal leader and the hired tribesman, who was pale-faced, turned ashen instantly. Hanley frowned, but didn't say anything. The core formation cultivator on the giant bat saw the lack of response from the carriages and sneered. With a flip of his palm, several fist-sized fireballs appeared. With a light toss, all the fireballs shot directly towards one of the carriages. Just then, a bitter laugh came from the carriage. "Leader Gu, I have escaped to the Tianlin grasslands, fleeing so far. Why must you insist on extermination? Do you really intend to put me to death?" Before the voice fell, the entire carriage exploded, and then a white, misty, cold air rushed towards the fireballs. Instantly, the fireballs flickered and extinguished in the cold air. A sturdy young man of about 27 or 28, holding a crystal-clear white sphere, appeared in place with a changing expression. Seeing this scene, the cultivator on the giant bat couldn't hide his joy. "Jiang Jianying, the snow crystal pearl is indeed in your hands. The palace lord entrusted you to take this pearl to invite Elder Xuan of the northern cold mountain. How dare you take the pearl and run away? Now, do you have anything to say? If you're sensible, come back with us. Maybe we can still leave you with a shred of soul." The man's face turned serious and he said grimly. At the same time, the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators moved, surrounding Jiang Jianying from both sides, effectively blocking his retreat. "To invite Elder Xuan of the northern cold mountain. You actually meant to use me as a blood sacrifice for that North Xuan devil. Do you think I don't know that when you assign me this task? You were simply using my ice spirit roots, which were perfectly suited to be the blood sacrifice for the North Xuan demon. If I hadn't run away, I would truly have been left with nothing but a body." The young man heard this and couldn't help but laugh angrily. "HMPH, so what if that's the case? Don't forget, your current cultivation and status were all accumulated in the palace with various spirit medicines. Otherwise, decades ago, you were just a beggar, long turned to dust. Could you have become a cultivator? Not to mention the palace allowed you to marry and have children, leaving descendants. What's wrong with repaying the palace with your life?" Another Foundation establishment stage woman said coldly. "Nonsense. If it weren't for my ice spirit root, the palace wouldn't have adopted me. With my rare spirit root, even if the palace hadn't adopted me, I would have joined some other sect sooner or later. As for marrying and having children, they want me to risk my life for these minor favors. The palace's schemes are truly cunning." The youth sneered coldly. Then, without hesitation, he lifted a snow-white crystal bead in his hand, from which billowing cold mist emerged, enveloping him in a 20-yard radius. "You've harbored rebellious thoughts for a long time. It's no wonder you've forsaken even your wife and children. We must take you back to the palace and let them decide your fate. Do you think you can resist us with that snow crystal bead? You're delusional, the woman said expressionlessly, waving her hand. Simultaneously, the 6 Foundation establishment stage cultivators lifted red glowing flags, which shot out and merged into a large fiery cloud above the cold mist. A vast cloud of heat descended slowly upon the cold mist. Since the appearance of the youth, they had been conversing in the language of Dajin. The other abrupt people did not know what they were saying. All the water of the fog, Han Li has long learned the language of Dajin and listened dumbfounded on the sidelines. What palace? Leader? How does it sound like it's different from ordinary cultivation sects, but more like the existence of those large and small forces in the chaotic star sea? Could it be that the great Jinn cultivation world is also as chaotic and complicated as the chaotic star sea? Although the abrupt people did not understand the language of Dajin, they also knew that the situation was not good. Those mortals had already quietly retreated and evaded one after another. It is the case that those abrupt people who are not self-cultivators are afraid of causing any misunderstandings, and they dare not leave hastily. Instead, they can only add some protective cover to prevent themselves from being accidentally injured. The fire cloud and the cold mist collided, and the hot and cold air intertwined and flowed, turning into bursts of cold steam, sweeping in all directions. It looked quite astonishing. Although the snow crystal bead was mysterious, the sturdy young man, a mere Foundation establishment stage cultivator, had no ability to refine it, naturally unable to control it. In the blink of an eye, the cold mist was at a disadvantage. The sturdy young man in the cold mist also clearly knew that things were not good. He desperately tried to control the cold mist to break through the fire cloud, but he was always trapped in the fire cloud by the 6 cultivators. Before long, the cold mist gradually diminished. Despite the sturdy young man's desperate infusion of mana into the bead, he still couldn't withstand the erosion of the fire cloud. After a meal time, it finally shrank to only a few dozen yards in size. Leader Gu, it's time for you to take action. He still has some usefulness. We must capture him alive. Seeing this situation, the Foundation establishment woman suddenly turned her head and said to the man, "Don't worry. Leave this to me, Gu." The man nodded coldly, turned into a white rainbow, and shot into the cold mist. Seeing this, the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously cast spells and retracted the fire cloud around them. The cold mist rolled turbulently, and after a moment, a loud bang and a muffled groan came from inside. Then the cold mist gradually receded, revealing the situation inside. The man stood arrogantly in place, holding a young man who was unconscious, with one hand, and grasping the snow crystal bead with the other. With the opponent's cultivation greatly damaged, the man took action at the Foundation establishment stage and easily succeeded with a single strike. Seeing this, the Foundation establishment woman also showed a satisfied expression on her face. Keep an eye on him. This time our trip wasn't in vain. The man threw the young man to one of his subordinates with a flick of his hand and instructed. Then he turned his gaze, looking at Han Li and others who had been observing the battle, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Don't get involved further. This is the Tianlin grassland, not our 9 immortals' palace. Although we have exchanged greetings with the Tianlin temple, let's not stir up trouble. The abrupt tribe is very protective. The woman frowned as she said this. Understood, let's go then. Huh, what's this? The man nodded, about to fly back onto the giant bat, when his gaze inadvertently fell on something scattered on the ground, emitting a surprised exclamation. Seeing this, Han Li followed his gaze and saw a semi-transparent, egg-shaped stone lying there. This stone was somewhat peculiar, with a crystal-clear exterior, but hiding an undulating flame-shaped golden light inside, emitting a strange radiance. Most of the surface of the stone was dirty, making it inconspicuous before. However, after the recent steam wash, part of its original appearance was revealed. Golden flame stone. It's actually a golden flame stone. Han boy, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Han Li felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this thing somewhere before, but Diane Sheng Jun had already exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he remembered that this item was exactly what was needed to refine the imitation 7-flame fan, the most critical material. It had long disappeared from the South Sea for many years, and even Diane Sheng Jun was not sure if he could find it in Dajin. With a whoosh, a flash of golden light appeared before the man, and without warning, the golden flame stone soared into the air, shooting away at an angle. The man was taken aback and, caught off guard, reacted a moment too late. When he hastily reached out to grab it, he was already a step behind. The golden flame stone transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared in an instant, landing in the hand of another person nearby. Both the Jin dynasty cultivators and the bewildered Tuwu people were stunned. The person who had taken the stone was none other than Han Li. At this moment, Han Li was calmly examining the stone in his hand, completely ignoring everyone else. The expression on the core formation cultivator's face turned grim instantly. Hand over that item and cut off one of your arms. I'll spare your life, he said, staring at Han Li with a sinister tone. After confirming with the great evolution divine lord that the stone was indeed the golden flame stone, Han Li turned his hand to store the stone in his storage pouch. Then he raised his head, smiled faintly at the man, and calmly said, I've taken a liking to this item myself. I neither wish to give it to you nor harm myself. How about we pretend nothing happened and you all leave? Hearing this, the man was enraged. His face darkened as he clenched his fists, and a foot-long white spiritual light emerged from his body, indicating he was ready to strike. Commander Gu, what's going on? What exactly is that strange object? If it's not something important, don't cause trouble, the core formation woman beside him, sensing Han Li's unusual demeanor, suddenly spoke. Commander Gu hesitated for a moment after hearing her words, then transmitted a message to her with his lips. Moments later, the woman's face showed a look of shock, and she began to ponder. Is it really that item? Are you sure? The woman asked gravely in the Jin dynasty language, her face serious. No doubt about it. You know, I used to be part of the artifact refining department. I've read that book, the record of heaven and earth's strange stones countless times. It's definitely this treasure. If we obtain this rare item and present it to the palace lord, the credit of capturing a traitor and retrieving the snow crystal pearl is nothing in comparison, the man said, showing a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, the woman glanced at Han Li again, and after confirming that he was indeed at the Foundation establishment stage, her eyes flashed with cold light and her brow furrowed with killing intent. Attack! Leave none of these Tuwu people alive. Without witnesses, even the Tianlin Sacred Hall won't turn against our immortal palace for the sake of a few low-level cultivators and several hundred mortals. At worst, we can lower the price of our transaction goods by 10%, the woman said sharply, her brows arched. At the same time, she opened her mouth, and a silver light shot out, instantly reaching a Foundation establishment Tuwu cultivator. Although that Tuwu cultivator was protected by a blue shield, how could it withstand a full-power strike from a core formation cultivator? With a scream, the shield broke, and the person was cut in half at the waist. The silver light then hovered and revealed itself to be a shiny, foot-long flying knife. The other Foundation establishment, Jin Dynasty cultivators, upon hearing the woman's command, immediately summoned their magic weapons and attacked the remaining 3 Tuwu cultivators. They were not in a hurry to kill the mortals farther away, as they couldn't escape anyway. Seeing these Jin Dynasty cultivators attacking, the 3 Tuwu cultivators were naturally both shocked and furious. But with one at the early Foundation establishment stage and 2 at the Qi condensation stage, how could they stand against the combined attack of 6 Foundation establishment cultivators? Despite their desperate resistance, they were quickly slaughtered. 2 of the Jin Dynasty cultivators even rushed towards the carriage where Feng Yue was hiding, intending to eliminate him as well. The core formation woman standing on the giant bat watched this without any surprise or joy. The outcome was as expected. However, when she looked in the direction of the man, her expression changed drastically. It turned out that as soon as the man heard the woman's order, he had already spat out his natal flying sword, which transformed into a white rainbow and slashed towards Han Li. Han Li sighed, flipped his hand, and a small black flag appeared in his palm. With a gentle shake, the flag expanded into a light curtain that enveloped his entire body. When the white rainbow struck the curtain, it was immediately repelled, unable to inflict any damage. The man was naturally shocked by this and hastily urged his sword art in a panic. The white rainbow swirled around and transformed into a several-meter-long giant serpent that coiled around the black light curtain, biting and constricting it desperately. However, the unremarkable black light curtain was as sturdy as if it were made of diamond. The serpent's bites and constriction were utterly ineffective. When the white-robed woman saw this, her heart sank slightly. The opponent dared to seize a core formation cultivator's item. He indeed had something to rely on. As she thought this, the woman didn't hesitate to point at her distant flying knife. The treasure trembled and shot out as a silver rainbow, fiercely slashing at the black light curtain. After several strikes from the silver rainbow, the light curtain remained unharmed and didn't even waver. The white-robed woman and the man exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "You guys, stop bothering with the person in the carriage. Quickly set up the fire flame formation to refine this man." The woman suddenly turned her head and sharply commanded. The few Foundation establishment cultivators, hearing this order, immediately summoned their fire-red flags without hesitation. A cloud of fire, about an acre in size, appeared above the light curtain and began to descend slowly. "Fine, very well. Saves me the trouble," Han Li's calm voice came from within the light curtain. Suddenly, the top of the light curtain flickered, and a black-green infant appeared there, holding the small black flag and smiling mischievously. "A nascent soul? You're a nascent soul stage cultivator. Wait, we'll leave right away and won't dare contest the item with you." The woman's face turned pale as she recognized the infant, realizing she had made a grave mistake. She hurriedly pleaded, her voice trembling. At the same time, she tried to summon her flying knife back. However, Han Li's second nascent soul merely let out a cold chuckle and tossed the small flag. In an instant, the flag expanded to several meters in height. Black demonic energy poured out from it, forming a cloud much larger than the fire cloud above. The demonic cloud surged upwards, engulfing the fire cloud, the giant serpent, and the flying knife within it. Both the man and the woman, along with the Foundation establishment cultivators, immediately lost connection with their treasures and artifacts. "Yin Luo banner, you're an elder of the Yin Luo sect." The man, who had been stunned, cried out in terror as he recognized the flag. He immediately surrounded himself with spiritual light and turned into a ball of dazzling white light, fleeing through the air, abandoning his natal treasure. The white-robed woman gasped when she heard the man identify the banner as the Yin Luo sect's treasure. Without further thought, she cast several incantations into the giant bat, while simultaneously giving it a hard kick. The bat's body swelled by a third, and with a burst of green light and a sharp cry, it transformed into a green streak and fled, flying in the opposite direction of the man. The lower-level cultivators and hundreds of mortals were not a priority. In the mindset of the vicious demonic sects, she did not expect this Yin Luo sect elder to show mercy. Hatting the man for escalating the situation, she urged her giant bat to escape at full speed. The Foundation establishment, Jin Dynasty cultivators were terrified and scattered, each trying to flee. Hovering above the demonic cloud, Han Li's second nascent soul summoned a swarm of white centipedes from his storage pouch, sending them after the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators in pairs. Simultaneously, a large black hole appeared on the giant flag, from which a massive, black-tinged golden devouring beetle flew out. Its eyes flashed blood red as it spread its wings and shot towards the fleeing core formation man. The black-green nascent soul then leaped into the Yin Luo banner, driving it into the demonic cloud below. The demonic cloud surged and emitted a sharp screech, then soared into the sky, covering hundreds of meters, and chased after the fleeing giant bat, appearing like the descent of a demon god. Hovering in midair, Han Li watched everything unfold without emotion. The distant Tuwu mortals had never witnessed a battle of this magnitude. Seeing their cultivator protectors slaughtered, they fled in terror. Only a few brave souls stayed nearby, but seeing Han Li's imposing demeanor, they dared not approach. In almost no time, the 6 fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators were caught by the white centipedes. Against the formidable 6-winged frost centipedes, even as larvae, these cultivators stood no chance. Enveloped in frigid air that even core formation cultivators feared, they were frozen solid and then shattered by the centipedes. The core formation man, deprived of his natal treasure, couldn't escape quickly enough and was soon caught by the demonic beetle. With his protective barriers easily breached, he fell to the ground, writhing in agony before succumbing. Meanwhile, the white-robed woman's giant bat, though not highly ranked, was exceptionally fast. It managed to stay ahead of the demonic cloud for dozens of miles. Yet, ultimately, the vast demonic cloud engulfed her, erasing her existence. The so-called thing was actually the body of the fierce young man who had been captured by the Jin dynasty cultivators not long ago. Given that it was now a corpse, referring to it as a thing seemed quite appropriate. Looking at the lifeless body on the ground, Han Li muttered a few words to himself. He wasn't the one responsible for the young man's death. When Han Li had tried to awaken the young man to question him about the Jin dynasty cultivators, he found that the young man's face had already turned a dark purple. He had clearly poisoned himself. It seemed that this young man had been quite resolute. Knowing that he could not escape his fate, he had poisoned himself before engaging in battle, avoiding the tortures of soul extraction. However, his soul dissipated so quickly, indicating that he had taken further precautions. Han Li shook his head, feeling somewhat amused. If this young man knew that he could have been saved, but missed his chance due to his own suicide, one wonders what his reaction would be. However, Han Li had no particular feelings for someone he had never met before. Without giving it much thought, he shot a small fireball, turning the young man's body into a pile of ashes. Moments later, the demonic cloud flew back, and the second nascent soul appeared, holding a black banner. With a gentle wave of the banner, all the demonic energy was sucked back into it. The banner then spiraled towards Han Li's head and vanished without a trace. Han Li glanced around, noticing that the Tuwu mortals were standing at a considerable distance, looking in his direction with fear. "It's done. We can't stay here any longer. Follow me. Before your poison acts up, you need to tell me the location of the secret cave, Han Li said calmly to a particular carriage. So you're an elder of the Yin Luo sect. No wonder you easily killed that old thief Feng Zhen and possess rare pills like the Hao Yuan Dan, said Feng Yue, emerging from the carriage, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Heh, an elder of the Yin Luo sect. We can discuss this later. Let's go, Hanley coldly replied, summoning a flying sword and taking to the air. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Yue followed suit without further delay. The two transformed into streaks of light, gradually disappearing into the horizon. It was only then that the distant Tuwu mortals dared to return to the caravan. A few leaders exchanged puzzled looks, each unsure of what had just transpired. The cultivators they had hired were either dead or gone, and they had no idea what had happened. A few days later, news of the incident spread. The death of several cultivators, even if they were low-level, was no small matter, especially since Jin dynasty cultivators involved in trade with the Tuwu tribe were implicated. This could not be ignored. Some Tianlin Sacred Hall cultivators quickly arrived to investigate. After a series of inquiries and analyses, they finally identified the culprit as the same outsider who had recently killed several nascent soul stage cultivators. Eyewitnesses confirmed that the culprit was an elder of the Yin Luo sect, one of the top 10 demonic sects of the Jin dynasty. Since this information came from a surviving 9 immortal palace cultivator, it was likely accurate. Moreover, the Tuwu people were well aware of the infamous Yin Luo sect's Ghost Luo banner. This revelation made the participating cultivators realize that the Yin Luo sect elder had not shown his full power in the last battle. Knowing that he possessed such a powerful artifact, they understood he must be a prominent figure within the Yin Luo sect. Why he appeared on the prairie and attacked them was another matter. However, considering the historical enmity from the Holy War decades ago, where the Yin Luo sect had supported the Mulan people, they speculated that this elder might be seeking revenge or have some other ulterior motive. With a plausible explanation, the Tuwu people felt somewhat relieved. Knowing the enemy's identity and motives made them easier to deal with. Tianlin's Sacred Hall immediately dispatched many cultivators to patrol the border between the Jin dynasty and the prairie, preventing the Yin Luo sect from rescuing their elder. They also gathered a group of swift, nascent soul stage cultivators, ready to hunt down the Yin Luo sect elder. No matter how formidable his identity, they could not let him leave the Tianlin prairie alive. Otherwise, if word spread, the prestige of the Tianlin prairie's cultivators, led by the Sacred Hall, would be tarnished. Thus, during the next awakening day, a ritual hosted by the Holy Maiden was concluded hastily in just 2 days. A day later, over 100 high-ranking Tuwu cultivators, having bathed and fasted, gathered in a heavily guarded forbidden area behind the Sacred Hall. This vast plaza, nearly 1,000 feet wide, had a giant formation inscribed at its center, with over 100 mid-grade spirit stones embedded in the formation. In the middle of the formation stood a 5 or 6 zhang tall rectangular gray-white altar, simple and unadorned, made of ordinary white stone, with a few mysterious runes carved on its walls. Around the formation stood over a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators, all silent and solemn, as if waiting for someone. After a period of silence, 2 women and 1 man walked in together. The leader was a tall woman in a silver robe, her face veiled, only revealing her clear, enchanting eyes. Her long, black hair flowed over her shoulders, and her skin was as fair as snow. To her side was a handsome young man, seemingly in his 30s, but his eyes revealed an unusual depth and maturity. On the other side was a voluptuous, alluring woman in a yellow dress, with long, purple hair. Her bare arms were adorned with small, black ghost heads, but she showed no sign of pain. "Greetings, holy maiden and grandmaster," the gathered cultivators bowed respectfully to the trio. The 3 acknowledged the greeting and walked to the altar, stopping a few steps away. There's no need for formalities. This summoning ritual is not only to hunt down the outsider, but also to attempt to permanently anchor the sacred beast's avatar in our hall. I hope everyone will give their utmost effort, the silver-robed woman said gracefully. To increase the chances of success, the 2 grandmasters have spent over 10 years preparing 2 suitable sacrifices for this ritual. Please present the sacrifices. The handsome man and the enchanting woman exchanged smiles and clapped their hands. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside the plaza, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Many were surprised and turned to look. From both sides of the plaza, 2 teams of towering bronze men, each over 2 zhang tall, entered. Each team had 8 bronze men, shining with golden light, carrying a massive wooden frame towards the center of the plaza. On the frame rested 2 enormous creatures. When the frames were placed before the altar, even the most composed individuals couldn't help but gasp. One was a huge beast resembling a wild bull, emitting a green light, and the other was a coiled white giant python. Both were as large as small mountains, lying unconscious on the frame. The aura emanating from these beasts indicated they were at the peak of the 7th level, about to reach the 8th level. No wonder it took the 2 grandmasters so long to capture them alive. These beasts, the green-winged bull and the ice-armored python, are perfect for the ritual. Whether the sacred beast's avatar can stay in the human realm depends on our luck. "Let's begin," the silver-robed woman said calmly, waving a hand. Silver threads shot from her hand, transforming into hundreds of silver chains that bound the giant bull, lifting it slowly towards the altar. The previously unconscious bull woke up, realizing the danger and struggled, but its restraints were too strong. It could only watch in horror as it was moved to the altar. The bull opened its mouth to roar, but no sound came out. The silver-robed woman turned to the altar and released a small green light from her sleeve. The light transformed into a mini cauldron, covered in pale green flames, which floated above the bull's body, spinning mysteriously. She chanted softly, and the cauldron grew larger, becoming a Wenjiang high ancient cauldron. Had Han Li been present, he would have been astounded. Aside from the flames, this ancient cauldron looked strikingly similar to the Zhuxian cauldron, with the same shape and patterns of birds and beasts. The resemblance was truly incredible. The incantation from the heavenly land saintess grew increasingly urgent. Suddenly, she extended a jade-like finger and pointed at the great cauldron. The cauldron's lid was lifted by a beam of azure light, and then a dazzling brilliance filled the air. A mass of sparkling blue sand shot out from the cauldron, transforming into countless star-like points, enveloping the altar in a dreamlike aura. Seeing this, the silver-robed woman paused her incantation and pointed at the silver chains binding the beast on the altar. With a flash of spiritual light, the chains transformed into thin threads that tightened around the beast's body, slicing it into hundreds of pieces as if cut by numerous blades. The King Feng ox was dismembered alive, and the scent of blood filled the square. At this moment, the blue sand fell like a river of stars onto the altar. Instantly, a layer of blue light covered the beast's corpse, with all the sand particles flickering as if they were absorbing its flesh, creating a macabre sight. A ball of emerald green light unexpectedly shot out from the beast's corpse, trying to escape into the sky. This was the King Feng ox's soul, which it had cultivated over many years. However, countless blue rays shot up from the altar, like powerful arrows, instantly striking the light ball back down. The blue sand surged up and engulfed the beast's soul. The massive beast's flesh was completely dissolved in the time it took to eat a meal, leaving not even a single bone behind. Having absorbed the flesh, the blue sand rose into the air again, each particle now faintly tinged with red. Seeing this, the silver-robed woman's expression remained unchanged. She waved her hand at the white giant python, and the silver threads once again formed chains that tightly bound the creature and silently moved it onto the altar. After a similar blood sacrifice, the blue sand, having absorbed the essence and flesh of two seventh-level beasts, transformed into a blood cloud, hovering motionlessly above the altar. At this moment, the silver-robed woman used a spell to summon the great cauldron, which descended onto the altar with a hum. We can begin summoning the sacred beast. Please assist me, the silver-robed woman said respectfully to the young man and the beautiful woman beside her. Of course, we will give it our all, the handsome young man replied with a smile. The purple-haired woman also smiled. The silver-robed woman nodded, raised her hands, and rapidly cast numerous spells towards the surrounding formations. Instantly, lights flared up from all directions as the formations activated. The great cauldron on the altar responded, its azure light flickering in sync with the formations below. However, the flames on the cauldron seemed to weaken. The woman stepped forward, raised her head slightly, and began chanting a cryptic incantation. This time, the two grandmasters beside her simultaneously placed a hand on her shoulders, infusing her with pure spiritual power. The woman glowed with silver light, and a strange pattern of a bull's head on a serpent's body slowly appeared on her forehead. She brought her hands together and then separated them, releasing two beams of pure spiritual energy from her palms into the cauldron. The cauldron began to spin rapidly, absorbing the white light. Suddenly, it emitted a burst of azure light, converging into a head-sized sphere that grew increasingly intense and bright. The silver-robed woman's expression grew solemn as she manipulated the light beams, which fluctuated in thickness. The handsome young man and the purple-haired woman also concentrated, maintaining their spiritual infusion without interruption. As time passed, the light sphere grew even more dazzling and began emitting a piercing sound. At this moment, the surrounding formations also emitted multicolored lights, continuously feeding into the light sphere. The silver-robed woman's eyes filled with caution, and her incantation grew softer. After a while, a thunderous boom erupted as the light sphere expanded and burst, forming a bright azure sun that quickly vanished. In its place, a small azure vortex the size of an egg appeared briefly before dissipating. During that brief moment, a red beam shot out from the vortex, plunging into the blood cloud in the air. The suspended blood sand surged like it was drawn to a magnet, immediately enveloping the red beam, forming a blood cocoon about a foot in diameter, with something visibly writhing inside. The gathered cultivators watched in astonishment, while the silver-robed woman silently directed the great cauldron. Azure threads shot out, pulling the blood cocoon into the cauldron, which was then tightly sealed with a beam of light. The azure flames rose several feet high, engulfing the cauldron. The formation below the altar also began gathering immense spiritual energy, slowly channeling it into the azure flames. Only then did the heavenly land saintess truly relax. The ritual went smoothly, but whether the sacred beast's avatar can be retained remains to be seen in a month. However, it is certain that the sacred beast's avatar can stay in the human world for 7 or 8 days. That time is sufficient to use its abilities to locate the foreigner. Everyone can rest for now. Once the sacred beast's avatar is fully formed, we will personally lead the search for the foreigner, the silver-robed woman said calmly to the gathered cultivators. The cultivators in the square had no objections and immediately bowed and left, though some curious ones took another look at the great cauldron. Soon, only the silver-robed woman and the 2 grandmasters remained. Taoist Su, immortal son, I need you to guard for 2 days to prevent any mishaps during the sacred beast's rebirth, the heavenly land saintess said. Of course, we don't want our efforts of over 10 years to be in vain, the beautiful woman readily agreed. The handsome young man also nodded. The silver-robed woman then felt truly at ease. At this moment, a faint rumbling came from the cauldron. The silver-robed woman's expression tightened, and she exchanged a glance with the 2 before solemnly sitting around the altar. 2 days later, a series of melodious chimes echoed through the heavenly land branch hall. Many nearby envoys from various tribes and lower-level cultivators looked towards the saint's hall in surprise. They saw over a dozen beams of light shoot from the back of the hall, forming a spectacular rainbow that flew southward. Though the lights moved too fast to identify the individuals, such impressive displays clearly indicated high-level cultivators, causing a wave of amazement. The beams of light showed no intention of stopping and swiftly flew south. 3 days later, above the southern end of the Tian Shui River, the largest river on the heavenly land prairie, a green beam of light flew in, circled the river, and revealed a crimson beast with a bull's head and a serpent's body. The beast wasn't particularly large, only about 3 or 4 feet, but it was shrouded in a layer of faint azure light, making its form indistinct. Standing on the beast's head was the heavenly land saintess, her gaze sweeping over the water below. Moments later, more beams of light arrived, led by the 2 grandmasters. Taoist Lin has the sacred beast located him? The purple-haired woman asked. It should be accurate. Since he carries so many gold-eating bugs, even if kept in a spirit beast pouch, they can't escape the sacred beast's senses. He left here not long ago and should be just ahead. He is quite cunning, hiding underwater. Let's proceed, the silver-robed woman said confidently. Good. I wish to see if he is truly an elder of the Yin Luo sect, who can remain unharmed after being struck by brother whose 5 elements immortal hand. Sue also wants to test his abilities, the handsome young man said coldly. I've heard he appears very young. I am curious to see what kind of formidable character he is, the purple-haired woman said leisurely. If both of you are so eager, let's go, the silver-robed woman said with a smile. A silver mark appeared on her forehead as she spoke to the beast below her in an ancient language. The beast snorted and transformed into an azure light, shooting forward. The other cultivators hurried to follow. They had flown only a few hundred miles along the river when they saw a narrow section of the river. From a great distance, a blood shadow emerged from the water, then flickered and disappeared. Not good, the foreigner sensed something and used a secret technique to escape. He is now several hundred miles away. His spiritual sense is formidable. He might be troublesome. The others are too slow. We 3 must hurry to intercept him. Otherwise, it will be harder to track him next time, the heavenly land saintess said decisively. The other 2 had no objections and quickly sent a message to the lagging cultivators before speeding off. Despite being so far away, they couldn't lock onto the foreigner with their spiritual sense, but relying on the sacred beast's mysterious abilities, they pursued relentlessly. This chase continued for a day and night. Though the foreigner managed to use his blood shadow technique several times to escape thousands of miles, he was eventually tracked down each time. Having used his unsealing method thrice without shaking off his pursuers, Han Li's heart sank. Senior, these pursuers have been shaken off by me several times, each time over 1,000 miles, yet they always manage to catch up again. Is there truly a divine sense enhancement technique stronger than the great evolution technique, allowing them to detect from such distances? Han Li asked, his face pale and bloodless. At this moment, he was in the process of unsealing, transformed into a green light streaking across the sky. Having undergone 3 consecutive unsealing processes and used the blood shadow escape technique multiple times, Han Li's body was in a precarious state. Had it not been for forcibly suppressing the backlash with several high-level secret arts and consuming over 10 drops of millennium spirit milk to replenish his blood essence, he would have long been unable to continue. Even so, once he ended the unsealing process, it would take 2 to 3 years for his magic power to fully recover to its peak state. This was despite his abundance of pills. For other cultivators, such an ordeal could very likely result in a demotion of one realm. In this dire situation, he was being pursued by a late nascent soul stage cultivator, illustrating the gravity of his predicament. Until he figured out how they were precisely tracking him, he couldn't easily use the blood shadow escape technique. Otherwise, he might be destroyed before he could shake off his pursuers. HMPH, though I have great confidence in the great evolution technique's enhancement of divine sense, I wouldn't dare claim it's the best in the entire cultivation world. There have been numerous cultivators with better aptitudes throughout history. Having techniques superior to this one is not impossible. However, this time, it's not because someone is tracking you with divine sense from 1,000 miles away. Rather, you are being targeted by something non-human. The Grandmaster of Great Evolution snorted, speaking bluntly. Non-human? Are you referring to that beast? Han Li, suddenly enlightened, came to a realization. Exactly. Doesn't that beast trailing you seem familiar? It resembles the heavenly land sacred beast described by the 2 Wu people. It's likely that those elders from the temple, embarrassed by the deaths of so many high-level cultivators, specially summoned this entity from the upper realm. Such beings not of this world having the ability to lock onto you isn't surprising, the Grandmaster of Great Evolution explained. The heavenly land's sacred beast? I did notice it, but its mana fluctuations are weak, only at the 7th level. It's far inferior to the sacred bird of the Mulan people. Can it really have such abilities? Han Li frowned, showing some doubt. That battle with the Mulan people you mentioned was likely a projection summoning, borrowing some power of an upper realm spirit bird through a treasure to form a mere illusion. However, the beast trailing you now is indeed a real entity. If so, it might be using a divine ability similar to ancient demons, borrowing another beast or medium to descend upon this realm. Don't underestimate such methods. This summoning is a true descent of an avatar. Its abilities and cultivation level are extraordinary. Given time, it will become one of the most terrifying beings in this realm. There have been several instances of such descents in this realm. However, these beings seem to fear something, staying low-key, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to find them. The Grandmaster's voice grew solemn. Our realm has such demonic things. I don't have time to discuss this in detail. Whether it's a demon beast or sacred beast, do you have a way to help me escape its tracking? Otherwise, once the unsealing time is up, it will be a huge problem, Hanley scanned behind him again with his divine sense, seeing the three pursuers and the beast re-entering his sensing range, making him anxious. There are countless exotic beasts and spirit birds in the upper realms. Who knows what ability this one is using to track you? Your breath-concealing techniques are already quite perfect in my eyes. It seems that unless you kill this beast, there's no other good solution. However, I can temporarily teach you a simple feigning death technique to completely erase your vital signs. Whether it will work, I'm not sure. After all, the beast might not be tracking you by breath alone. The Grandmaster of Great Evolution coldly replied. Hanley fell silent, his eyes flashing with cold light for a moment before he decisively said, "All right, then I'll kill this beast." "You plan to kill the heavenly land sacred beast first? That might be difficult. It has two Wu Grandmasters with it. The masked woman is likely the heavenly land saintess with mid-nascent soul stage cultivation and formidable abilities. The Grandmaster of Great Evolution was somewhat surprised. There's no chance without paying a price. If I risk my second nascent soul, it might be possible, Hanley said in an icy, sinister voice. "Master, what are you planning? Let me come out to help," Silvermoon suddenly spoke up. "How are your injuries? Can you endure leading the enemy in your spirit form?" Hanley, startled by the suggestion, softened his tone. "I am the spirit of your life-bound treasure. No matter how severe the injury, as long as the sword isn't destroyed, I am immortal. You needn't worry about me. At most, I'll just need to sleep in the treasure for a longer time," Silvermoon said with a gentle smile. "All right, the situation is dire, so I'll trouble you once more," Hanley sighed after considering briefly. Hanley learned the feigning death technique from the Grandmaster of Great Evolution, and after some contemplation, verified it had no issues. He then touched his own forehead. A black light flashed, and his second nascent soul emerged above his head, opening its mouth to spit out the ghost banner. The nascent soul grasped the banner and with a leap gathered dark clouds, causing a tumultuous surge of demonic energy. "Take this too. If the heavenly land saintess brings the sacred beast to chase you, use this sword to kill it," Hanley said coldly, tossing a small blood-red sword into the dark cloud where it vanished. It was the blood demon's sword. The demonic cloud emitted a piercing shriek and swiftly flew off to one side, its momentum astonishing. Watching the departing demonic cloud, Hanley's expression was grim. He flipped his palm, revealing a small bottle, and poured a drop of spirit milk into his mouth. He then activated his aura, transforming into a green streak, speeding away even faster than before. What's going on? Did I see it wrong? Did his nascent soul just leave his body? The pursuers also sensed this with their divine sense and were shocked. The purple-haired woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. Something's off. If an ordinary nascent soul left the body wouldn't be able to move. Yet he's still fleeing in the same direction. Has he practiced the three corpses Godhead technique? The handsome young man shook his head, his expression grave. If it were an incarnation technique, It wouldn't fool our senses. We'd just follow the nascent soul. But this is a complete nascent soul. Could it be the legendary second nascent soul? The purple-haired woman pondered deeply. The silver-robed woman also furrowed her brows in alarm. Can the sacred beast sense any trickery? The young man asked the heavenly land saintess. No, the sacred beast has only a sliver of its true spirit and needs over 100 years of cultivation to fully awaken its intelligence. Its current level is only that of a 7th-level beast and cannot perform many divine abilities, the silver-robed woman sighed. This complicates things. Here's a plan. Since we can't distinguish the nascent soul's authenticity, we can't let it escape. I'll chase the nascent soul alone. Master Son, continue accompanying the sacred beast and Taoist son in pursuing the original body. With my abilities, dealing with a mere nascent soul won't take long, the young man suggested. This seems the safest. With me accompanying the saintess, there will be no problem. Go quickly and return soon. But don't kill the nascent soul outright. Find out how to cultivate the gold-eating bugs first, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. Naturally, I know what to do. The silver-robed woman, after some thought, agreed. The young man then split from the group, transforming into a long green streak, pursuing Han Li's second nascent soul. Meanwhile, the heavenly land saintess and the purple-haired woman continued to chase Han Li. They chased another 100 miles, gradually closing the distance to Han Li. Only 50 or 60 miles away now. It's about time. Silver Moon, get ready, Han Li estimated before shaking his sleeve, releasing a silver wolf which transformed into another Han Li. Han Li smiled wryly but pressed for time, said nothing more. He handed a spirit beast pouch and a thumb-sized blue pearl to his double. You are a spirit form without a physical body, making it hard to wield other treasures. Take this pouch of gold-eating bugs and this thunder pearl. If the sacred beast chases you, just focus on killing or severely injuring it, Han Li instructed carefully. Don't worry, Master. If the heavenly land's sacred beast chases me, I won't let it escape easily, the duplicate said in Silver Moon's voice before transforming into a silver streak, flying away. Han Li watched the distant figure, noticing that the transformed Silver Moon not only looked exactly like him, but also emanated an identical aura. He couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed her illusionary arts had made yet another breakthrough. Senior, do you think Silver Moon's illusions can deceive the two following us? Unless they're within close range to confirm, even I can't see through them most of the time, Han Li suddenly asked. Your spirit artifact is extraordinary. Not only you, but her illusions are even difficult for me to see through. They seem to become stronger when faced with stronger opponents and weaker with weaker ones. As for those two juniors behind us, without the interference of that holy beast, they definitely can't tell the difference in a short time, the great evolution deity replied ambiguously. Han Li was speechless. This answer did nothing to ease his worries. Changing direction, he sped off in the opposite direction of Silver Moon. Unbeknownst to Han Li, his decision to let Silver Moon carry some of the gold-eating bugs turned out to be the right move. Seeing the figure ahead suddenly split into two and flee in different directions, the purple-haired beauty and the silver-robed woman exchanged glances and stopped their lights midair. What is this? A body-splitting technique. Even the aura and spiritual energy are identical. This boy really has quite a few tricks, the purple-haired beauty remarked in amazement as she brushed her hair aside. We're too far away to use our divine sense to tell the real from the fake. Let me have the holy beast check, the heavenly land saintess said, feeling equally troubled. She then spoke a few words in an ancient language to the heavenly land beast beneath her. The beast's green light flickered, and its pair of horns gradually became transparent and crystal-like. After a moment, the silver-robed woman's expression changed upon receiving the beast's telepathic message. This is troublesome. It seems they know we're tracking them by the aura of the gold-eating bugs. Both figures have the bugs, meaning he has divided them between the two. The holy beast can't tell them apart. So we can't let either of them go, the purple-haired beauty remarked, raising an eyebrow. That's right, we'll each chase one. Now that we're so close, this kind of trick won't work anymore. Since they want to split our forces, we mustn't disappoint them, the silver-robed woman sneered. Indeed, I've heard that this boy's cultivation is only at the nascent soul middle stage, but his abilities are comparable to late-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, he's injured, so you should be fine even if you face the real one. I'll chase the other. As long as he doesn't use that strange escape technique, I should catch up soon, the purple-haired beauty reassured. Don't worry. That blood-colored escape technique is odd but clearly costly to use. If he could use it continuously, he'd have shaken us off long ago instead of dragging this out. He must be at his wit's end. Besides, I have the Saint Cauldron for protection. There won't be any problems, the silver-robed woman said confidently. True enough. I'll head off first, the beauty replied with a smile, transforming into a purple light and chasing one of the Han Lis. The heavenly land saintess, seeing the other Han Li, also flashed a cold light in her eyes and urged her beast forward. They've split up. Your diversion plan worked well, Han Li. It seems that Holy Beast is just a partial manifestation and not too threatening. But if you can't kill that beast quickly, when the seal wears off and those two return, you'll be cornered. Also, the heavenly land saintess is not to be trifled with. The great evolution deity spoke with rare concern. I know. I'm not trying to kill her, just the beast. It won't take long, Han Li replied, monitoring the silver-robed woman chasing him. Oh, then I'll watch with interest. The great evolution deity's voice returned to its usual indifference. Han Li said no more, silently calculating the timing. When he felt it was right, he abruptly turned around and patted his spirit beast pouch. Thousands of remaining golden gold-eating bugs swarmed out, forming a buzzing golden cloud. Simultaneously, dozens of golden flying swords shot out from his sleeve. transforming into 100 streaks of sword light that swirled around him. Combine. With a hand seal and a soft shout, the sword light trembled and shot skyward, forming a giant 6 to 7 jang long sword covered in purple flames, which then crackled with golden lightning arcs, creating an imposing sight. Satisfied, Han Li nodded and directed the giant sword into a cloud, where it disappeared without a sound. At this time, the heavenly land saintess had already caught up, her light visible on the horizon. Han Li narrowed his eyes, shaking out a set of green flying swords from one sleeve and a blue shield from the other, which hovered in front of him. Flipping his hands, he held a purple ancient mirror from Demonfall Valley in one and a spirit talisman in the other. With his unsealed power, using this talisman should yield even greater results than before. As he pondered, he waited quietly for the enemy to approach. Despite its odd appearance, the heavenly land beast was swift, closing the distance to 100 jang in a few breaths. Han Li coldly observed the beast and the woman atop it, noting the beast's peculiar appearance, with a hint of a dull expression on its large ox head. The heavenly land saintess, however, was striking, both in her exceptional beauty and formidable cultivation, making Han Li cautious. Upon seeing Han Li, the saintess was initially surprised by his youth, but soon focused on the insect cloud, her eyes gleaming with a mix of joy and shock. "You," the silver-robed woman hesitated, about to speak. But Han Li, fearing she might detect the hidden giant sword, and mindful of his limited, unsealed time, wasted no words. He directed the insect cloud forward, and the green flying swords turned into a flurry of sword shadows, attacking her. "You court death." The saintess, enraged by Han Li's lack of mercy, raised a hand, sending a green bracelet flying out, which expanded into a large ring to meet the sword shadows. With her other hand, she quickly summoned a dozen giant golden insects from her spirit beast pouch to counter the insect cloud. She did not notice the approaching dark cloud above her head. The jade ring was a powerful ancient treasure, capturing the green sword shadows with a single spin. Han Li felt his swords becoming unresponsive, making him wary. Meanwhile, the giant golden insects dominated his swarm, devouring them with ease. Han Li's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he activated the spirit talisman. A blood-red dragon shadow enveloped him, transforming him into a half-dragon, half-human form, emitting a powerful aura. "What technique is this?" The saintess murmured in surprise but remained unafraid. She spat out a small handkerchief, which expanded into a large cloth adorned with a silver silkworm image. Han Li was momentarily puzzled, wondering about its powers, when the image glowed and spat out silver threads, filling the space between them. Startled, Han Li quickly activated his blue shield, forming a protective barrier. He then exhaled a stream of purple flames, creating a 10-jang tall ice wall in front of him. A loud crackling sound resonated as the silver threads pierced into the ice wall, immediately riddling it with countless small holes like a beehive. The wall was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Han Li silently gestured forward with his hand, releasing a spell. The purple light on the ice wall flowed continuously, emitting an astonishing chill. The damaged parts instantly restored themselves, and the once rampaging silver threads were quickly encased in a thick layer of purple ice, freezing solid in a split second. Moreover, the cold energy swiftly transformed into purple ice flames that spread along the silver threads, like countless tiny purple snakes lunging fiercely toward the silk handkerchief-like magic treasure. The silver-robed woman's expression changed. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Though surprised, she didn't hesitate. With a hand seal, she gracefully pointed at the floating handkerchief in front of her. The silver silkworm image on the handkerchief opened its mouth, spewing out a jet of dazzling white flames. These flames traveled along the silver threads, transforming into countless fire snakes that directly clashed with the purple flames. The two types of flames collided in the middle of the silver threads. Initially, the purple and white colors intermingled, but soon the purple flames gained the upper hand, forcing the white flames to retreat bit by bit. Seeing this, the silver-robed woman frowned slightly and muttered a few words in an ancient language. The heavenly land beast beneath her roared softly, and a greenish-blue flame spewed from its mouth, merging with the white flames. The combined greenish-white flames momentarily held back the advance of the purple flames. Next, the woman raised her hand, and an octagonal iron plaque appeared between her fingers. She tossed it into the sky, and it transformed into a large octagonal diagram, conjuring a fierce crimson blaze that hurtled towards Han Li. Han Li's expression twitched slightly, but he showed no other reaction. A pair of silver wings emerged behind him with a crackling sound. As the octagonal diagram descended, he blurred slightly before vanishing in a flash of silver lightning, leaving the diagram to strike empty air. In the next moment, Han Li reappeared 30 feet away. With another flap of his wings, he vanished again. Lightning escape technique. The heavenly land saintess whispered as she saw Han Li approaching, a look of seriousness flashing in her beautiful eyes. She formed a peculiar hand seal, and the beast beneath her opened its mouth, releasing a thick white mist that quickly enveloped both her and the beast, transforming into a vast sea of fog covering dozens of feet. A peal of thunder later, Han Li appeared at the edge of the fog, looking surprised. This white mist was peculiar, rendering his divine sense ineffective, making it impossible to pinpoint the enemy. However, he didn't have time to play hide and seek. With a cold expression, Han Li waved his hand, summoning a purple ancient mirror in front of his chest. Infusing it with his spiritual power, a purple beam shot from the mirror into the fog. Wherever the purple beam passed, the white mist rolled and scattered, quickly dissipating. The enemy would soon be exposed. Just then, a jet of green flame emerged from the fog, countering the purple beam. Hanley focused his gaze and saw the heavenly land beast alone, hidden in the depths of the fog, spewing green demonic flames. The silver-robed woman was nowhere to be seen. This discovery both surprised and delighted Hanley. Initially worried about separating the woman and the beast, he now found the woman had voluntarily abandoned the beast. This was a rare opportunity. Though unsure of the Saintess's intentions or her next move, Hanley wasn't about to waste this chance. Without hesitation, he activated his concealed giant sword in the clouds. With a deafening screech, it split the clouds and slashed downward, reaching the beast in an instant. Covered in purple flames and golden arcs, the sword struck the beast, splitting it in half before it could react. Hanley was initially overjoyed, but then turned pale. The heavenly land beast's corpse dissolved into white mist. It had been a mere illusion, and in his haste he had fallen for it. Not good. Realizing his mistake, Hanley tried to retreat, but a massive greenish-blue light enveloped him, slowing his movements. A melodious chant echoed from above. Startled, Hanley looked up. Floating in silver light, the silver-robed woman chanted, her forehead adorned with strange silver patterns. She held a small, familiar cauldron, which poured out a torrent of green light, covering a 30-foot radius. The void cauldron. Hanley exclaimed in shock, turning pale upon recognizing the cauldron. He quickly checked inside his body to confirm his own void cauldron was still there. How could there be two void cauldrons? Before Hanley could comprehend, the cauldron above expanded rapidly, transforming into a giant 3 or 4 feet in diameter. The woman activated it with a spell, and its mouth glowed brightly, releasing a stream of green sand that formed a large cloud, descending upon Hanley. Without thinking, Hanley moved his silver wings to escape the green light's range. At that moment, a rolling thunder sound emerged from the mist. Though faint, an invisible wave swept over Hanley, causing the silver light on his wings to flicker out, rendering his lightning escape ineffective. What kind of power is this? Hanley anxiously glanced at the mist. The beast's shadow loomed at the fog's edge, its true form uncertain. Meanwhile, the sand cloud descended within a dozen feet of him. Unable to evade, Hanley summoned his blue shield, forming a large protective barrier. As the sand cloud collided with the blue light, the grains of sand enlarged, becoming the size of millstones, and fiercely pounded the barrier. The blue light shield trembled under the relentless impacts, dimming quickly. Additionally, parts of the sand cloud split into 2 sand dragons, deftly bypassing the shield and lunging at Hanley from the sides. Hanley, unable to think further, spat out a small cauldron, flicking its cover to release a layer of blue ice flames. This was the void cauldron he had refined with the first layer of the Tongbao art. Though he could only harness a fraction of its power, in this critical moment, he had no choice. With a gesture, blue light unfurled from the cauldron, enveloping him tightly. Hanley then aimed at the approaching sand dragons, launching over a dozen blue sword lights. The sand dragons' heads were riddled with holes, yet unaffected. Heart tightening, Han Li tried to dodge, but his body felt heavy and sluggish. The sand dragons quickly ensnared him, transforming back into sand clouds, forming a massive sand cocoon around him. Seeing Han Li's blue light trapped within, the silver-robed woman sighed with relief, gracefully descending with the giant cauldron. Halfway down, an unexpected change occurred. The sand cocoon, which should have been solid, suddenly emitted numerous blue beams. Without any input from the woman, the sand collapsed, reverting to a loose cloud. In the center of the sand cloud, Han Li stood enveloped in blue light, holding the small cauldron, gazing coldly at the woman. The silver-robed woman stopped abruptly, disbelief and anger evident in her eyes. With a cold snort, Han Li tapped the void cauldron's lid. Blue ripples expanded outward, engulfing the green sand, making it vanish as if devoured. Seeing this, the woman panicked, urgently trying to command the sand to attack Han Li again, but they remained unresponsive, severed from her control. Desperation set in, and she stomped on the giant cauldron. The cauldron spun, emitting a blinding green light, aimed directly at Han Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes, activated the first layer of the Tong Bao's secret technique, and lifted the small cauldron over his head. A dragon's roar echoed out, and the cauldron lid instantly turned into a blue light that shot into the sky. Following that, myriad lights of 5 colors radiated from within the cauldron, overwhelming the azure light emitted by the Tianlin saintess, which swiftly turned into a faint blue mist and disappeared into the cauldron. The silver-robed woman was greatly alarmed, and even Han Li was momentarily stunned. Just then, the giant cauldron beneath the Tianlin saintess emitted a strange buzzing sound. Subsequently, amidst the azure light, it transformed into a blue rainbow that shot downwards. The silver-robed woman's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly tried to recall the giant cauldron with hand seals. However, her technique failed, and the blue light completely ignored her, shooting straight into the small cauldron below, disappearing without a trace. The Tianlin saintess's heart surged with a mix of astonishment and anger, yet the matter was far from over. Han Li, holding the void heaven cauldron, suddenly let it slip from his grasp. With a quick spin, the cauldron's mouth autonomously aimed towards nearby white mist, with hints of rosy clouds flickering. From within the white mist came a startled roar of a beast, and a black figure shot out from the fog, soaring into the sky. It was the Tianlin saint beast with its ox-headed, dragon-bodied form. However, a magnificent blue mist erupted from the cauldron, catching up to the Tianlin beast at an unbelievable speed. In an instant, it engulfed and enveloped the struggling beast within. The Tianlin beast roared desperately, struggling in vain. However, the blue mist seemed to be its natural enemy, rendering its efforts futile. After a brief twirl, the beast's form drastically shrank within the mist, directly flying into the cauldron. The cauldron lid rotated once in midair before falling back, sealing the cauldron's mouth and imprisoning the Tianlin beast inside. These changes occurred incredibly fast, all happening in the blink of an eye. The silver-robed woman's jade-like face turned incredibly pale. She found it hard to accept that despite having the upper hand, everything had turned around in an instant. Not only did the opponent break free from her trap, but both the Saint Cauldron and the Saint Beast were simultaneously captured. However, this woman was no ordinary person. Her eyes flashed coldly as she fixed her gaze on the void heaven cauldron in Han Li's hands. She understood very well that the cause of all these drastic changes lay in this object, similar to the Saint Cauldron. Judging from the loss of control of the Saint Cauldron, this cauldron must have a deep connection with it. Otherwise, such astonishing transformations would not have occurred. This cauldron must be seized at all costs. In an instant, the woman made up her mind. Han Li naturally felt a mix of joy and surprise. Seeing the cold light flashing in the woman's eyes, how could he not know what she was planning? With a loud laugh, he spread his silver wings lightly behind him and turned into a silver arc, appearing tens of zhang away in an instant. Without hesitation, he summoned back his giant sword and swiftly formed a series of strange hand seals with his 10 fingers, surrounded by flickering azure light, as an astonishing spiritual energy emanated from his body. With a mouthful of blood, several clusters of essence blood sprayed out and dissipated in the wind, turning into strands of blood mist. The spiritual light instantly turned into a strange red and blue color. At the same time, his exposed hands and face began to turn unusually crimson, rapidly reddening like blood, frighteningly so. In the blood mist, Han Li's figure seemed to blur out of existence. Not good, seeing Han Li's actions, the silver-robed woman immediately remembered something, shouting in alarm. Both hands raised, 2 bursts of silver light shot out, turning into countless silver threads that filled the sky, overwhelmingly covering Han Li. Within dozens of zhang, the area was all sparkling silver light, extremely shocking. But as soon as Han Li's giant sword shot back, his figure flickered a few times in the blood mist. A blood shadow shot out in midair, suddenly disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, 2 flashes of blood light seemed to flicker in the sky, and Han Li disappeared completely. The Tianlin saintess's heart sank, hurriedly releasing her divine sense, but just as she found a target 100 miles away, Han Li once again vanished after his blood shadow disappeared, escaping beyond the limits of her divine sense. The woman's face turned ashen, suspended in midair motionless. At the same time, in another place thousands of miles away, a delicate young man with 9 buzzing emerald flying discs circling in front of him, looking at the endless grassland below, revealed a hint of curiosity on his face. Wood escape technique. Despite being injured to this extent, he can still use the power of plants to hide and escape. That magical weapon also packs quite a punch. However, it seems that he has lost the ability to possess and will soon perish with just a yuanying. but since a while ago I have had a bad feeling. Could something have happened to the others? The young man's gaze flickered a few times, muttering a few words softly. He raised his head and glanced in the opposite direction. After a brief hesitation, the 9 discs suddenly merged into one and turned into a green rainbow, retreating back. Meanwhile, in a certain inconspicuous patch of low bushes, a shiny black small flag was inserted into the ground, with a flashing black light on its surface. A half-foot-sized black-green Yuanying lying unconscious inside, its body surrounded by rolling black air, quietly attracting the pure demonic energy hidden in the flag for self-healing. In another direction, the purple-haired beauty used her hands and feet to trap thousands of devouring golden insects with an ancient jade treasure. And after blocking the terrifying thunder pearl that frightened her, she easily pierced through the young man on the opposite side with a sword. However, the result was that the light flashed on the other side, and he suddenly turned into a charming woman, with white light flashing, and his body turned into dots of light, disappearing without a trace. The beautiful woman couldn't help but stare in place. Several hours later, the delicate young man, the purple-haired beauty, and the Tianlin saintess gathered together again. After telling each other their respective situations, they all looked at each other. So not only did we fail to obtain the cultivation method of the devouring golden insects from the other party, but we also lost the Saint Cauldron and the Saint Beast. The young man frowned, his voice low. Never mind the Saint Cauldron. There's still another spare one in the clan. It can still summon the Saint Beast. But the Saint Beast's clone was taken away by that person. This will probably provoke the anger of the upper realm's Saint Beasts. We must retrieve it. The purple-haired beauty's expression was equally unpleasant. Clearly, I was too careless this time. I never expected this person to have a way to counteract the sacred cauldron, which led to this situation. Let me go to Dajin and retrieve the sacred beast avatar. Moreover, that peculiar small cauldron of theirs can control our sacred cauldron. This is no trivial matter. I suspect this item might be the true form of the spiritual treasure that the sacred cauldron replicated. Otherwise, these events cannot be explained. The woman in silver robes remained unusually composed as she spoke slowly. A spiritual treasure? That's highly unlikely. Such treasures are not supposed to exist in this realm at all. They should have all been taken to the upper realm by ancient cultivators. The sacred cauldron was crafted by an exceptional genius from our Tugutu clan generations ago, using secret techniques to communicate with the sacred beast. It's inconceivable that a spiritual treasure's true form would remain here in the mortal realm. The woman with purple hair expressed disbelief. It's possible, since even ancient demons can appear in this realm occasionally. It's not impossible for a few spiritual treasures to also remain in the mortal realm. The elegant young man interjected with a calm shake of his head. Upon hearing the term ancient demons, both the woman with purple hair and the Tianlin saintess visibly paled. HMPH. Everyone says ancient demons are terrifying. It's a pity none of us had the chance to test ourselves against them. However, their evasive techniques were indeed extremely cunning, as they managed to avoid confronting us directly and calmly traversed the grasslands on their way to Dajin. The woman with purple hair remarked with some dissatisfaction. That's because this demon is already heavily injured. Coupled with our relentless pursuit along the way, they had no time to linger and recuperate. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble they could have caused on the grasslands. The young man sighed and gave a bitter smile. Regardless of whether that person's treasure is truly a spiritual treasure, they killed so many of our cultivators and took away the sacred beast. We absolutely cannot let this slide. As the Tianlin saintess, since the cauldron was lost from within me, I must personally find and retrieve it. Otherwise, when we summon the sacred beast next time, we'll be hard-pressed to answer its questions, the woman in silver robes said with a darkening expression. Upon hearing this, the young man and the woman with purple hair exchanged glances, seeming to communicate their thoughts. Since the saintess is so determined, there's no harm in going to Dajin. However, many sects in Dajin harbor biases against our Tugutu clan cultivators. It would be best for the saintess not to reveal her identity. Given that person's abilities, their influence in Dajin should not be underestimated. You can first visit the Yinliuo sect to verify if they truly have an elder from the Yinliuo sect. Once you've ascertained their identity, you can return to the grasslands and inform us. We are all willing to lend you a helping hand. The young man nodded and suggested. I understand. That person's abilities are not inferior to mine. I won't act rashly, the woman in silver robes said with a solemn expression. Thus, the three immediately headed back. After dealing with some matters, the Tianlin saintess promptly set off for Dajin to find Han Li. In Dajin, Liaoju was one of the largest states, ranking among the top 10 in terms of size among the 108 states of Dajin. Unfortunately, most of its territory was in a harsh, cold climate, with snow covering the ground year-round, resulting in a sparse population. In terms of prosperity, it only ranked in the middle-lower tier among all states and counties. Within Liaoju, the Shun River ranked second among the major rivers, and it was one of the few rivers that did not freeze over during the flood season. Therefore, every year at this time, whether it was merchants selling goods or travelers with urgent matters, they would travel downstream along the river. This was much more convenient compared to traveling by horse or carriage. Along the waterways, the river was patrolled by official ships of Dajin at regular intervals. However, despite the presence of numerous passenger ships, the river was long, and there were inevitably many desperate criminals who were willing to risk their lives and rob passing ships, even at the risk of execution and family extermination. Therefore, some larger ships inevitably hired nimble and martially skilled bodyguards to protect them. Wang Tailiang was one such ordinary ship-guarding escort. Just from his name, it was clear that he had considerable skill in spear techniques. But these were secondary skills. The most important thing was that he had rich experience as a ship-guarding escort. Since he entered this line of work as a young man, he had been in it for more than 20 years. From a brash youth, He had transformed into a seasoned veteran of the rivers and lakes who never showed his emotions. Now he stood steadily at the bow of a large ship, one hand resting on the wooden railings, surveying the nearby passing ships with an expressionless face. This journey was just a very ordinary escort for him. The only thing slightly special about it was that the ship's owner seemed quite generous, and the payment appeared sufficient to buy several pieces of good fabric for his wife and children. Thinking of this, Wang Tailiang couldn't help but imagine the appearance of his 7 or 8-year-old son, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But just then, a surprised female voice suddenly came from the side of the large ship. "Come quickly. There's a large ice block here, and inside, it seems there's someone." Upon hearing these words, Wang Tailiang was slightly startled. The voice sounded like Huang Weiying, the little maid on the ship. However, while the Shun River might freeze over at other times, during the flood season, there should never be ice blocks. Moreover, today's weather. Wang Tailiang couldn't help but look up at the sky. He saw the blazing sun directly overhead at noon. Despite wearing only a thin fur coat, he still felt slightly warm, almost on the verge of sweating. Moreover, there was actually a person inside the ice. Even after roaming the rivers and lakes for so many years, this was the first time he had heard of such a strange thing. He absent-mindedly touched the 2 short iron spears behind his back, and almost as if guided by some unseen force, he lifted his leg and walked towards the source of the voice. As he reached the side of the large ship, he immediately saw a group of 7 or 8 people gathered there. Men and women, maids, servants, and boatmen, huddled together, pointing and murmuring in astonishment at something in the river. Glancing over, sure enough, about 15 feet away from the side of the ship, there was a conspicuous white object floating on the river surface. Focused, he saw a crystal-clear block of ice with what looked like a human figure trapped inside. This is strange. Could it be that someone fell into the river in the past and is now floating up from the water as it freezes? Wang Tailiang murmured in surprise to himself. "Wang, what's going on?" Footsteps approached from behind, and a low, hoarse voice asked. "Brother Gao, you're here too." Without turning around, Wang Tailiang knew his longtime partner, a brawny bodyguard who had practiced hard for several years and had some renown in martial arts. "Oh, there's actually a person in the ice. That's quite something," a big man with a stubbled beard said casually as he walked over. "A dead person. No matter how strange, it doesn't matter," Wang Tailiang sneered coldly, indifferent. "That's true. A dead person can't possibly rob ships." The big man chuckled and stroked his coarse beard. "What are you all arguing about? Don't you know if the mistress has just settled down?" A middle-aged scholar emerged from the cabin, his face slightly stern as he reproached the maids and servants. This was Zhou Shiyu, reportedly a trusted confidant of the high-ranking official's family, who had hired Wang Tailiang and his partner to travel with the official's family members. "Sir, in the river." The maid named Huang Weiying timidly extended her fair fingers and pointed to the river. Zhou Shiyu, seeing Wang Tailiang and his partner standing there, already somewhat surprised, followed her gaze. Seeing the block of ice and the figure inside, he naturally showed a look of astonishment. But then his brows furrowed, and he said sternly, "It's just a dead person. There's no need to pay any more attention to it. Go about your business. Do I need to call Steward Wang to deal with this?" With these last words, the scholar's tone grew stricter. As soon as they heard the words, Steward Wang, the maids and servants' faces changed dramatically, and they immediately dispersed with a buzz. The remaining 2 or 3 crew members also slipped away sneakily. Wang Tailiang and the big man exchanged glances, feeling it was not appropriate to stay here any longer, and were about to leave together. However, just as the big man named Gao Daifeng was about to step forward, he couldn't help but glance at the river surface again. Suddenly, he froze in place, exclaiming in surprise, "How is this possible? This person is still alive." Upon hearing this, both Wang Tailiang and Zhou Shiyu were startled and looked over, but they didn't see anything unusual. The figure in the ice remained motionless. Zhou Shiyu cast a skeptical glance at the big man. "It's not a mistake. Just now the person in the ice blinked. I really saw it," the big man affirmed. "Brother Gao wouldn't lie to us. It seems this person really isn't dead," Wang Tailiang said without hesitation, choosing to believe his companion's words. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyu became somewhat doubtful. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Even if this person isn't dead, it's none of our business. There's no need to cause any trouble for the lady and miss since other ships haven't intervened. We don't need to get involved." Wang Tailiang didn't feel angry or indignant at these words. The person in the ice seemed rather eerie, and he wasn't keen on bringing them aboard. After all, having been in the rivers and lakes for a long time, he was far more cautious about these strange occurrences than the average person. It was Gao Daifeng, who showed a hint of hesitation on his face. "Wait a moment, Sir Zhou. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-tier pagoda. Besides, my mother has always been compassionate. Since this person survived such a disaster in the ice and encountered us, it's considered our family's merit. Anyway, there are plenty of empty rooms on the ship. We can arrange something. Are we afraid of one dying person with so many of us?" A sweet voice suddenly came from the cabin, followed by a beautiful young girl in a brocade shirt. Behind her was the maid Huang Weiying, who had just told her about the incident, following timidly. It seemed she had informed the young lady about the situation. "Second miss, is this really appropriate? Letting a stranger on board?" Zhou Shiyu bowed respectfully upon seeing the young lady, but wore a hesitant expression on his face. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Since this person miraculously survived in the ice, encountering us, it's considered our family's blessing. Besides, there are many empty rooms on the ship. We can arrange something. Are we so afraid of one dying person?" the girl said softly, her expression showing no room for doubt. "Well then, since Miss has ordered so, I'll have someone go down and rescue him first." After a brief consideration, The scholar had to respond with a respectful bow. The girl smiled faintly and said nothing more, leading the maid back to the cabin. However, Zhou Shiyu stared at the cabin, his brow furrowed. Both of you heard it. It seems this person really needs to be saved. But with such a huge block of ice, I'm afraid you two will have to make a trip. Zhou Shiyu smiled bitterly. It's okay. I may not have anything else, but I have plenty of strength, Gao Deifeng said nonchalantly. Wang Tailiang glanced at the huge block of ice again before nodding slowly, indicating no problem. After an unknown duration in darkness, Han Li finally awoke from a throbbing headache. However, before he even opened his eyes, he heard the voice of a young girl. Master, when will this person wake up? It's been 2 days and 2 nights already. Is he really okay? Miss has been waiting for my reply. HMPH, what do you know, little girl? I only have a basic understanding of medicine. How would I know when he'll wake up? His condition is quite peculiar, though. Despite his pale and alarming complexion, signs of severe blood and energy loss, his pulse is surprisingly strong, suggesting his body is much stronger than an ordinary person's. It's truly baffling, replied an elderly voice, sounding somewhat frustrated. He, I think Master probably made a mistake in his diagnosis. The girl, seemingly familiar with the elderly man, teased. Nonsense. Whenever anyone had a headache or fever, wasn't it always me who treated them successfully? Perhaps this man has contracted some unheard-of strange illness. I'm no doctor, so what's so strange about not being able to discern it? The old man seemed embarrassed but persisted. Upon hearing this, Han Li realized he lay on an extremely comfortable bed, thick cushions beneath him, covered by smooth quilts, his body unusually warm. Listening to the elderly and the young girl converse in the language of Dajin, Han Li felt somewhat reassured. It seemed he had not only been saved by some ordinary people, but had also finally arrived within the borders of Dajin. However, his current situation was truly precarious. The moment he woke up, he used his spiritual sense to probe the state of his body, only to be shocked and distressed. After escaping the pursuit of the heavenly profound saintess and fleeing thousands of miles away, his sealed time had expired. He immediately jumped into the river, using the feigned death technique taught by the Great Unity Divine Lord, sealing himself in ice and allowing the block to drift downstream, thus evading the sudden attack by the profound person. But now, his physical condition was abysmal beyond his expectations, even worse than he had anticipated. Not only was he weakened to an extreme due to excessive use of the blood shadow escape, resulting in a loss of vital essence, but his depletion of true essence was also severely abnormal, causing his cultivation to plummet several levels, dropping to the level of foundation building. In this way, without several years of proper rest and recovery, he would never be able to restore his original cultivation. Han Li sighed inwardly, suddenly remembering something and hurriedly checking the various flying swords within his body. He found Silver Moon, his spiritual avatar, also in a state of extreme weakness and deep unconsciousness in one of the flying swords, which somewhat eased his mind. But the absence of the second nascent soul troubled him greatly. Although they were too far apart for precise sensing, evidently, the second nascent soul had not been destroyed by the profound person as he had expected. There was still a faint, ambiguous connection that indicated its existence. However, if he couldn't recall this nascent soul within a certain period, once it became independent, the backlash against him could be disastrous. The only thing that didn't worry him was that once he restored his original cultivation, the initial stage cultivation of the second nascent soul would definitely not be his opponent. Finding and resubduing it would not be too difficult for him. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly transmitted a message in his spiritual sea. Elder, how long was I unconscious in the ice before arriving in Dajin? Have there been any Dajin cultivators nearby? You finally woke up. You drifted underwater for over a year. The ice block finally surfaced when its magical power ran out. But Han Zayek Seo, your situation is really not good. The Great Unity Divine Lord responded lazily, somewhat languidly. I am well aware of my own body's precarious situation. However, this time I was fortunate enough to escape. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, and I have no complaints. After all, not everyone can escape from a late nascent soul stage cultivator under such circumstances. Han Li smiled, somewhat self-satisfied. HMPH, you have a positive outlook. But this old man hasn't asked you yet. Why have you never mentioned the matter of the spiritual artifact to me? No wonder, several times during closed-door cultivation, you left me outside the closed-door room. I've been eager to personally study a true spiritual artifact. Enough with the idle talk. Find a moment to bring that small tripod to me for closer examination. The Great Unity Divine Lord's tone changed, sounding somewhat annoyed. Hand over the tripod for the elder to study. There's no problem with that. But I can only extract it from my body once I've restored my cultivation, Han Li said calmly. Good, since you've agreed, let's leave it at that. But there is indeed a cultivator on board, though just a nascent soul early-stage girl, hardly worth mentioning. Just keep an eye out, the Great Unity Divine Lord's tone softened. Then he fell silent. Nascent soul early stage. Han Li was surprised, but he still opened his eyes. Ah, master, he's awake. Han Li immediately saw a young girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old standing at his bedside. She was delighted the moment she saw him open his eyes. The girl had fair skin, a round face, and big eyes, quite adorable. Yes, I naturally see, the old man responded. Sitting beside the girl on a chair was an elderly man in a gray robe, around 60 years old, with a kind face, calmly observing him. Master, you stay with him. I'll go inform Miss. Without waiting for Han Li to say anything, the round-faced girl chirped to the old man and dashed out. Han Li couldn't help but be stunned. This girl is just like this. Sir, please don't mind. The elderly man shook his head lightly, smiling kindly at Han Li. I dare not. Did you both save me? Where am I? And who might you be? Han Li smiled back and asked politely after sitting up slowly. We are currently on the Shunjiang River. You were rescued from the river's uncertainty by my second young miss. I am He Wen, a tutor hired by Madam. The old man stroked his short beard and nodded. I see. My surname is Han. I must express my gratitude to this young lady for saving my life. Han Li sighed lightly, bowing his head. My young miss indeed has a compassionate heart. Whether she will meet you or not, I cannot say. But may I ask, why were you found in the ice and still alive? I'm quite curious. The old man smiled with interest. Well, I don't wish to deceive you with lies, but it's a rather difficult matter to speak of. Han Li hesitated briefly, but decided to be frank. That's all right. Everyone has their difficulties. The old man generously waved his hand, showing no concern. Just then, the round-faced girl bounced back in. Master, Miss asks the gentleman to rest quietly for now. Other matters can be discussed later. As she spoke, the girl curiously glanced at Han Li. Han Li noticed and smiled at her. In response, the maid blushed slightly, lowered her head, and thought to herself, this person looks very ordinary. Compared to some of Miss's previous friends, he's far behind. But why is Miss paying such attention to him? Since Miss has instructed, sir, please rest well after just waking up. I'll take my leave. The old man stood up to bid farewell. Han Li naturally expressed his thanks again, watching as the old man and the girl left the room. Alone, Han Li looked at the wooden ceiling and fell silent for a while, before sighing lightly. Over the next 2 days, aside from a clumsy maid delivering 3 meals a day, no one else came to disturb him. Han Li was quite satisfied with this and devoted himself to taking pills and cultivating diligently. As for the nascent soul early-stage girl mentioned by the Great Unity Divine Lord, Han Li extended his spiritual sense slightly and soon found her. She was a young woman with a beautiful face, resembling a precious gem from a humble family. From how others addressed her, she was indeed the second young miss who had rescued him. Han Li wasn't too surprised. It seemed she had discovered his identity as a cultivator. Through eavesdropping on the conversations of others on the ship, Han Li also learned about the general situation aboard. It seemed the people on the ship were the family members of a county magistrate surnamed Cao from Liaoju. Due to an urgent transfer, he had gone ahead while his family traveled leisurely afterward. However, the actual official family members were only a few people: the original wife, 2 concubines, and 3 sons and daughters. The second young miss was born to the original wife, reportedly weak and sickly in her childhood, fostered in a female monastery for some time before returning home in recent years. The other 2 were born to concubines. One daughter, already of marriageable age and engaged, and a third son, only 11 or 12 years old. Among the servants, there were a few who moved agilely and exuded a faint, murderous aura, seemingly not ordinary people. Although somewhat puzzled, once he understood the situation on the ship, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and focused on cultivating by himself. 2 days later, the second young miss sent a maid to invite Han Li over. Naturally, Han Li wouldn't refuse. Finally, in a larger room on the ship, he met the second young miss. As soon as she saw Han Li, she waved her hand to dismiss the others and smiled at him. Brother Han is also a Taoist, right? I am Cao Mengrong, a disciple of the Xuan Yu sect. I wonder which sect Brother Han belongs to. The girl spoke exceptionally politely. In her view, since Han Li showed no demonic energy or Buddhist light, nor the Confucian righteousness, he must be a Taoist. Xuan Yu sect? Han Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. He hadn't heard of this name. But that was normal. Apart from the 10 major orthodox sects and 10 major demonic sects, he knew very little about the other sects in Dajin. Our sect is just an unknown small sect in Liaoju. It's not surprising that Brother Han hasn't heard of it. Cao Mengrong explained with a light laugh, seeing Han Li's hesitation. Cao Taoist is too modest. I am just a wandering cultivator who recently entered the cultivation world of Dajin. I'm not familiar with various sects, which might amuse Taoist Cao. Han Li clasped his fists and made an embarrassed gesture. So Brother Han has just started. I also left my sect not long ago, but our sect is indeed just a small one. It's quite commendable for Brother Han to achieve such profound cultivation at such a young age. Cao Mengrong's bright eyes lit up as she spoke with a charming smile. It's nothing. I've been fortunate. I've had some opportunities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. Han Li could only reply vaguely. Seeing that Han Li didn't want to elaborate, the girl understood and smiled faintly, not pressing further. Instead, she changed the subject. How did Brother Han end up frozen in the river? Did you encounter a strong enemy? Cao Mengrong asked. Something like that. I must thank Taoist Cao for lending a hand. Han Li smiled wryly, reluctant to dwell on the topic. Such a trivial matter is nothing. Actually, I could tell. Even if Brother Han hadn't intervened, it wouldn't have been long before the ice melted and you were free. Floating like that on the river's surface was quite breathtaking, so I couldn't help but intervene. Besides, small sects and wandering cultivators like us should support each other, she said with a serious expression. Listening to this, Han Li was somewhat surprised. After carefully observing the girl for a moment, he nodded subtly without saying anything. By the way, I wonder how Brother Han's recovery is going. If you don't mind staying a few more days on the ship, I would like to seek Brother Han's guidance in cultivation. Cao Mengrong's face lit up with joy. As someone who left her sect early due to limited aptitude, she hadn't received profound teachings. Now, being able to receive guidance from Han Li, whose cultivation clearly surpassed hers, was a great opportunity. After agreeing on a time, Han Li chatted with her for a while longer before politely taking his leave. Han lad, why did you agree to stay? Don't you want to find a spiritual vein and restore your powers? The great unity divine lord couldn't help asking as soon as Han Li returned to his room. Finding a spiritual vein is naturally something I'll do. But those spiritual places must have already been occupied by the major sects and factions of Dajin, and it seems there are far more cultivators in Dajin than I anticipated. With my current cultivation, venturing out recklessly would be too risky. I don't want to lose my life before I can protect myself, Han Li said calmly. Oh, so what's your plan then? I have plenty of pills on me, and several spiritual items that will allow me to restore my foundation establishment cultivation within a year. By then, I can go find a way to remove the murderous aura. As for this girl, although she seems a bit calculating, her cultivation is still shallow, and there's no ill intent. It's just convenient for me to understand the current cultivation world of Dajin and plan my next move. We're already in Dajin. Waiting for a year or two won't make much difference, Han Li explained calmly. Suit yourself, but my time is running short. If we delay a few more years, I'm afraid I won't live to see my efforts pay off. After all, gathering those materials also takes quite some time. The Great Unity Divine Lord seemed somewhat concerned. Don't worry, Senior. While looking for a way to remove the murderous aura, I'll start paying attention to those materials. However, the best way would be to seek the help of a sect to gather them for us. That way, we can save a lot of time, Han Li explained with confidence. How do you plan to get their help? It's not like you have any reputation here in Dajin. The major sects won't pay attention to you, and the smaller sects don't have the strength to do such a thing. After all, the materials we need are rare and hard to find. The Great Unity Divine Lord seemed skeptical of this approach. I haven't figured out the specifics yet. We'll take it step by step. Perhaps we won't even need to seek them out. Opportunities might come to us, Han Li replied self-deprecatingly. After that, he stopped discussing further with the Great Unity Divine Lord, casually took out a set of formation flags from his storage bag, and set up a simple restriction around him. Then, he lay on the bed, took a pill, and began meditating with his legs crossed. In the outskirts of Xinan, a small city west of Huayuan Prefecture in Liaoju, two slender women dressed in blue Taoist robes walked side by side on a secluded hill. Their feet emitted a bright white glow as they lightly touched the ground, effortlessly gliding forward several yards at a time. Due to the length of their Taoist robes and their minimal movements, from afar the two women appeared as if they were gracefully flying just above the ground, their postures extraordinarily beautiful. Sister Lu, is Master really not going to intervene this time? Even with the addition of Sister Cow, I'm afraid we still won't be a match for the cultivator from Xiling sect. He's said to be at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, highly regarded by the sect leader of Xiling. Although one of us is at the 6th level and the other at the 7th, together we might manage in a fight, but if he brings reinforcements, we'll be overpowered. If we lose, Sister Cow won't be able to intervene to save that person, who is a criminal wanted by the government. It might bring trouble to Sister Cow's father, said the younger of the two women, about 17 or 18 years old, looking somewhat distressed as she spoke to the older woman. There's no other way. Our Taoist sect shouldn't easily get involved in government matters. Sister Cow is just a named disciple of our Xuan Yu Dao, and Master has only taught her a bit of basic spells, so we haven't said much about this. After all, the government itself has many low-level cultivators who handle events related to cultivators. But this time, the person from Xiling sect is deeply connected to the one he wants to save, knows about Sister Cow's relationship with our sect, and has come to us personally. It's hard for us from Xuan Yu Dao to continue turning a blind eye. But Master declined to punish Sister Cow using her status as a named disciple as an excuse, letting that person handle it himself. After he left, Master immediately called the two of us over, indicating that person is likely to challenge Sister Cow to force her to withdraw. Master knew about our close relationship with Sister Cow and sent us with this message. It seems intentional to let us assist Sister Cow. Otherwise, after sending this message to Sister Cow with a spiritual bird, why would he make us come again? Sister Yu and the others, although more advanced in cultivation, are not under the same master as us and have an ordinary relationship with Sister Cow, so they wouldn't offend others for this matter. Master has done her best. After all, there are some connections between Xiling sect and our Xuan Yu Dao. As an elder, she can't directly intervene and show partiality, sighed the other woman, who had a gentle appearance. I remember when County Captain Cow was stationed near our Taoist temple back then. He seemed like a decent person and was very respectful to Master and others. If he really gets implicated in this matter, it would be an undeserved disaster. The younger woman looked a bit reluctant. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, if the accused loses his crime as a county captain, he's not directly responsible. At most, he'll lose his official position, but it won't be a death sentence. But Sister Cow is in a good mood. Knowing this news, she actually arranged to meet us in such a place. Could it be that she already has a plan? The older woman pondered for a moment, hesitating. Sister, there's no need to worry. We'll find out when we reach the mountaintop in a while. The younger woman chuckled lightly. You're right, sister. The older woman nodded. The two women quickened their pace. After a meal's time, they finally reached the mountaintop, both uttering an exclamation of surprise at the same time. Although the area was not large, only 100 or so yards, there was an additional thatched hut on the mountaintop. In front of the hut, there was a simple stone pavilion where a man and a woman were seated around a bluestone table, engrossed in conversation while sitting on stone stools. As soon as the two women appeared on the mountaintop, the man immediately sensed something, stopped speaking, and turned his head to look over. Friend Cow, it seems your invited guests have arrived. The man smiled and said, standing up. Sisters Lu, you're here. That's wonderful. The woman looked overjoyed as she got up to greet them. Sister, you look great. Oh, it seems your cultivation has advanced by a level. That's wonderful. The older woman wore a smile on her face, but upon closer inspection of the younger sister, she couldn't help but be surprised. I just broke through a few days ago. Compared to you two, I'm still far behind. Sister Cow smiled and said happily. Sister Cow, who is this cultivator from which sect? His cultivation seems so high, almost at the 10th level. The younger woman, curious, looked at the man in Confucian robes and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, the older woman was shocked mentally and scanned with her divine sense, her face showing a trace of horror. I am Han Li, a casual cultivator just visiting Sister Cow's home, Han Li said calmly. I see, that's why Sister Cow seemed so composed. With Senior Han here, it's natural that Brother Wu Xiaoyu is in for a bad time, said the older woman with a smile. Sisters, please sit down. Let's talk slowly. Although Brother Han is a casual cultivator, he is experienced in the path of cultivation. Sister's breakthrough in such a short time is also largely due to Senior Han's guidance, Cao Mengrong said with a smile as she invited the two women into the pavilion. Oh, then let's also learn from Senior Han. Just as the older woman was about to say some polite words, a long whistle came from below the mountain, the sound deep and loud. He's here. How did he know this place? He came so quickly. The two women in Taoist robes stood up in shock simultaneously and looked down. Sisters, don't panic. I invited this person. Brother Wu found Sister Cow several days ago. After obtaining Senior Han's permission, I specifically invited him to meet here, Cao Yurong said calmly, confidently. I see. Although we rushed here together, we are still a step late. The older woman was somewhat surprised, but she was relieved. After all, a cultivator at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage was enough to deal with a challenger at the 8th level. At this moment, a burst of white light rushed up from below the peak, vaguely revealing two figures standing side by side inside. Flying magic weapon. How does he have such a magic weapon? Who is the other person? The younger woman exclaimed in surprise when she saw this scene. After exchanging a glance with the other woman, Cao Mengrong and her companion simultaneously showed a worried look. Compared to other types of artifacts, flying magic weapons were indeed much rarer. Even low-level flying magic weapons were far more expensive than ordinary mid-level artifacts. For cultivators like them, who were low-level, where would they get spirit stones to buy mid-level artifacts? Being able to have a low-level artifact was mostly a reward from their sect. If they couldn't advance, they would probably only have this one artifact in their lifetime. Therefore, low-level cultivators who were granted flying magic weapons definitely had extraordinary backgrounds. This was even more so for small sects like theirs. The two men appeared aggressively at the mountain top, but Han Li glanced at them faintly, his expression unchanged. It had been 8 or 9 months since he was rescued by Cao Mengrong. Perhaps it was not as serious an injury as thought, or perhaps the efficacy of the elixir taken exceeded expectations. After spending more than half a year, Han Li managed to partially replenish his vital energy, quietly returning to the foundation establishment stage. Although his vital energy was still severely depleted, and much of his essence and blood remained unreplenished, he finally had the ability to protect himself in the world of cultivation. Of course, with Cao Mengrong's cultivation level, She naturally couldn't see the astonishing changes he concealed. During the time she temporarily stayed nearby, this woman frequently sought him out to inquire about unresolved and confusing aspects of cultivation. Given Han Li's Midyuan Wying stage cultivation experience, offering insights into qi refining stage insights was naturally a trivial matter. Often, a few sentences would lead this woman to sudden enlightenment. Seeing Cao Mengrong increasingly respectful and even adopting disciple-like etiquette under Han Li's guidance, from advancing from the third to the fourth layer of qi refining, pleased Han Li. He outwardly showed no sign of surprise, but inwardly he was prepared to leave here in just over a month. After all, during these months, he had gained a rough understanding of the great Jin cultivation world from this woman. At least he wasn't completely blind. As for qi refining stage elixirs, although he had some, he wouldn't casually use them in such a weakened state. After all, matters involving taking lives were countless in the great Jin cultivation world, sometimes even more chaotic than in the southern sky. However, just a few days ago, Cao Mengrong received a warning message from her sect. Startled, she naturally sought out Han Li. Upon hearing that it was just an opponent at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refining, and not a matter of life and death vendetta, Han Li casually agreed to help her. Once this matter was done, it would be the perfect opportunity to leave. Now, facing the two men rushing to the mountaintop, although their magical tools were dazzling, Han Li could clearly see that they were merely a qi refining 8th layer and an 11th layer cultivator, respectively. Naturally, he didn't take them seriously. While the other three women showed surprise and suspicion, he calmly walked out of the pavilion, looked up at the sky, and leisurely said, "I'm here to assist Taoist Cao. Which of you two gentlemen intends to spar with me? Surely you don't intend to have a free-for-all." HMPH, good thing I came. Otherwise, junior brother Wu might have suffered a loss. Your face looks unfamiliar and your cultivation is decent. However, I alone am enough to deal with this. Let's go together. There's no need for excuses after losing, said the middle-aged man with narrow eyes, holding a wooden plank-like magical tool. The other, a large man in his 30s, stared coldly at Han Li and the others. It seemed he was Wu Xiaoyu. "Ma Yulin, how can it be you? As a law enforcement disciple of the Rhinoceros Ling sect, how can you easily participate in private fights?" The older woman's expression changed drastically as she questioned. "It seems senior sister Lu doesn't know yet. I'm not an outsider. Junior brother Wu and I have some familial relationship. There's no problem in helping him out," the middle-aged man replied expressionlessly and bluntly. Upon hearing this, senior sister Lu's words abruptly halted. The young woman, however, showed an anxious expression. "Then let's start immediately. Once the sparring is over, I still have other things to attend to." Han Li looked up at the sky, then at the middle-aged man opposite him, revealing a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and took another step forward. Seeing the two men about to start fighting, The others instinctively stepped back a few steps, holding their breath. Such a high-level, chi-refining stage cultivator duel was indeed a rare sight for them. But for Han Li, dealing with a chi-refining stage cultivator was of little interest. He simply stood there with his hands behind his back, calmly waiting for the opponent to make a move. The middle-aged man, named Ma Yulin, grew furious at Han Li's nonchalant demeanor. Without a word, he held up the small fork, chanting incantations, while his other hand formed a spell seal. Moments later, the small fork trembled slightly, emitting a faint spiritual light, and suddenly transformed into a yellow beam of light shooting straight at Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he showed no intention of using any magical tools. He raised his hand calmly, and a dozen talismans shot out from his fingers, transforming into a series of fist-sized crimson fireballs that flew towards the yellow beam. Seeing this, Ma Yulin sneered inwardly. His yellow wind fork was a mid-level magical tool, bestowed by his sect, and couldn't possibly be blocked by a few small fireballs. However, despite his confidence, he was unwilling to risk damaging his magical tool. He quickly manipulated the fork, making the yellow light take a sharp turn to avoid the fireballs and attack from the side. Han Li smiled slightly and pointed casually at the air. The fireballs paused simultaneously, then gathered together to form a large fiery cloud the size of a cartwheel. It then transformed into a massive fire python over 10 feet long. With a flash of red light, the python swiftly shot out, coiling around the yellow beam. Ma Yulin was shocked and quickly infused all his spiritual power into the magical tool, trying to free the fork. However, the yellow light only brightened momentarily before being constricted tighter by the fire python, its spiritual light dimming rapidly and even emitting low hums, a clear sign that the magical tool was on the verge of destruction. Stop, your magical power is formidable. I admit defeat. The middle-aged man, realizing the dire situation, hurriedly shouted, his face changing color. Hearing this, Han Li smiled indifferently and pointed at the sky. The fire python loosened its grip on the fork, then exploded with a bang, turning into tiny flames that disappeared without a trace. Han Li effortlessly defeated such a high-level opponent, to the amazement and delight of the 3 women in the pavilion. The burly man opposite, Wu Xiaoyu, looked grim and mumbled hesitantly to his senior brother. Senior brother Ma, this is. Enough, junior brother Wu. You saw it too. There is a high-level expert here. Even after using my yellow wind fork, I was still no match. This can only mean your nephew's fate is sealed. Ma Yulin interrupted the burly man's words, not leaving any room for argument. He retrieved his magical tool, and after checking that it wasn't damaged, felt slightly relieved. However, he was deeply in awe of Han Li's abilities and was unwilling to get involved any further. Wu Xiaoyu, despite his reluctance, knew that if even his senior brother, who was at the 10th layer of chi refining, couldn't win, he certainly stood no chance. There was nothing more to say. The two disciples of the rhinoceros Ling sect dejectedly flew away from the mountain peak. Cao Mengrong and the other two women surrounded Han Li, asking about the spell he had just used. Han Li casually made an excuse about familiarity and explained some low-level spell control techniques, vaguely brushing off their inquiries. However, the two young women in Taoist robes sincerely asked Han Li about various cultivation problems, which he answered effortlessly. Time passed as the day turned to evening, and the three women, reluctant to part, finally left. The next morning, when the three women returned, they found the hut empty, with only a farewell letter left behind. After reading the letter, Cao Mengrong stood there, feeling an inexplicable emptiness and sadness at Han Li's sudden departure. Her two senior sisters seemed to notice something and exchanged glances. Thousands of miles away, Han Li was flying slowly on his magical tool while conversing with the great Yan divine monarch through his spiritual sense. Are you really going to Jiangling Prefecture to open the Feng family's secret chamber? The great Yan divine monarch asked. Of course. The effectiveness of the 5 ghosts locking divine art could fail at any time, so I must first find Buddhist techniques to dispel the evil energy. Otherwise, this matter will haunt me, preventing any peace in my cultivation, Han Li replied leisurely. I advise you not to place too much hope on this. I doubt a small family's Buddhist practitioner would have high-level techniques to dispel evil energy, the great Yan divine monarch said, seemingly intending to dampen Han Li's expectations. I'm aware of that. However, the Feng family's secret chamber is the easiest matter to handle. If I can find what I need, great. If not, I'll have to go to renowned Buddhist monasteries, which will be extremely difficult given my current cultivation level, Han Li said, frowning slightly. HMPH, with your cultivation severely reduced, many simple matters have become difficult. If you still had your Midyuan Wying stage cultivation, those bald monks might have been willing to sell you some face. The great Yan divine monarch snorted. Hearing this, Han Li could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Buddhist sects were known to be very insular. Even if he still had his Midyuan Wying stage cultivation, it was unlikely they would easily reveal their high-level techniques. If necessary, he might have to infiltrate a Buddhist sect and try to steal one. However, the thought of having to shave his head and take vows left Han Li speechless. Perhaps seeking methods to dispel evil energy from Confucian sects might be easier. Feeling somewhat dejected, Han Li thought to himself. Guaning Prefecture, located at the westernmost end of Liaoju, was extremely far from Huayuan Prefecture. After flying on his magical tool for more than 10 days, Han Li finally entered the territory of Guaning Prefecture. Along the way, Han Li didn't encounter any high-level cultivators. Occasionally, he saw a few qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators from a distance, but he avoided them and focused on his journey. After flying for a few more days, The number of mortals on the ground gradually decreased, and the scenery became desolate, as if he had reached a remote area. 2 days later, Han Li finally landed his magical tool in a place called Sunyun Town and walked slowly along a dirt road into the town. This town was much more primitive than other towns he had seen along the way. Not only was it small, but it also had only 3 or 4 intersecting streets, and most of the houses were made of yellow mud and wood, looking somewhat shabby. Han Li frowned slightly as he walked along the dirt road, occasionally glancing around. The weather was extremely cold, but Han Li wore only a scholar's robe, an unusual sight. However, the passers-by, wrapped in thick fur coats, seemed oblivious, showing no signs of surprise. Han Li, deep in thought, found the situation odd when suddenly his expression changed as he noticed 2 figures approaching, a tall and a short man in white robes. The 2 were young, in their 20s, but their bodies exuded spiritual energy, indicating they were at the 7th or 8th layer of qi refining. The 2 men glanced at Han Li, showing a hint of surprise. When they were 3 or 4 zhang, approximately 10-13 meters away, they stopped. The tall, thin young man respectfully cupped his hands and asked, "May I know your esteemed name, Senior? Are you here to attend the Ginseng King Conference?" Ginseng King Conference? I haven't heard of it. I'm just here because I heard there are many spiritual herbs in the area and came to find some, Han Li replied, his face showing a hint of surprise. I see. The conference started yesterday. If you were attending, you should have gone to Snow Ridge Mountain by now. It seems you are indeed just passing through, the white-robed youth said, looking enlightened. But it's not too late. Senior can still make it in time. This conference is hosted by the 3 great families of Jiangning. There are not only many spiritual herbs for sale, but also a dozen or so centuries-old herbs and 1,000-year-old wild ginseng king for auction. The conference should be only halfway through, and the final auction hasn't started yet. This is much more convenient than searching the mountains for herbs. There are also many rogue cultivators and small sects exchanging herbs and materials, and our 3 families don't charge any fees, the shorter youth said flatteringly. Not only were they respectful of Han Li's apparent foundation establishment Cultivation, but they also noticed he had multiple storage and spirit beast bags, which made them even more cautious. The 3 great families, you mean the Kong, Zhao, and Dong families? Han Li asked with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Yes, we are disciples of the Kong family, stationed here to receive seniors who have heard about the conference. We didn't expect to meet a senior at this time, as we were about to head to the conference ourselves, the thin young man said with a smile. Has this town been directly managed by your Kong family? The mortals here seem accustomed to us cultivators, which is quite rare, Han Li said, glancing around before asking. Senior indeed has sharp eyes. This town has been jointly managed by our 3 families for 5 or 6 years. The residents are all our family's ordinary relatives, so they are not afraid of cultivators, the tall young man explained. I see. That's somewhat troublesome, Han Li said, appearing a bit troubled. Is there another matter troubling you, Senior? Perhaps we can be of assistance, the short young man offered eagerly. It's nothing. We can talk about it later. Since there's such a grand event, I'll go take a look first, Han Li said calmly after a brief pause. All right, Senior, let me lead the way, the short youth said with a smile after exchanging glances with his companion. The two of them then each took out a disc-shaped magical tool from their bodies, threw it into the air, and jumped onto it. Seeing this, Han Li casually threw out a gleaming flying sword. With a flicker of his body, he was also standing on it. Senior's magical tool is actually a high-grade flying sword. You must be an inner disciple from a major sect out here for training, right? Otherwise, ordinary disciples definitely wouldn't be rewarded with such a high-quality tool by their sect, the tall youth said with a surprised look as he glanced at Han Li's flying sword. The short youth beside him also showed a look of envy. He, my sect has a rule that we're not allowed to casually reveal our sect during training. So please don't try to probe me, Han Li said with a light laugh, directly addressing the matter. The two youths felt a bit embarrassed at being seen through, but they became even more convinced that Han Li was indeed a disciple of some major sect. Their expressions became even more respectful. The three of them flew through the air on their magical tools, heading towards the southern part of the small town. This so-called Zuling Mountain wasn't far from the town. One could vaguely see the dark, continuous mountain peaks from the town. This Zuling Mountain should actually be called the Zuling Mountain Range, as it stretches for over 10,000 miles. It is one of the major mountain ranges within the territory of Liaoju. Moreover, it is said that demons and monsters roam the depths of this mountain range. Even cultivators with significant cultivation levels sometimes mysteriously disappear in the mountains, let alone ordinary people. However, when the friends and sect members of the missing cultivators came in groups to search, they scoured most of the mountain range without finding anything unusual. But afterward, cultivators continued to disappear in the mountains. Fortunately, not everyone passing through the mountain range would disappear. Most of the missing were low-level local cultivators, and the outskirts of the mountain range remained safe. Thus, after some warnings and instructions, local cultivators stopped venturing deep into the mountains, and the disappearances became rare. Gradually, people stopped investigating the mysteries of the mountain depths. The Ginseng King Conference held by the three major families of Jiangning was, of course, not in the depths of the mountains, but on a tall peak at the outermost edge near the town. Looking down from above, Han Li saw a large area of splendid buildings on the mountain peak. His eyes flickered a few times. He could tell at a glance that these buildings were very new, obviously just recently constructed, and he couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. We're here, Senior. All Foundation establishment cultivators attending the conference will be assigned individual rooms, while seniors in the core formation stage or above will have their own pavilions to ensure proper rest. The tall youth said somewhat obsequiously, pointing below. Hanley nodded without saying much but discreetly extended his divine sense, carefully scanning the area. His brow furrowed slightly upon detecting a nascent soul cultivator within. He wasn't sure if this person was attending the conference or if it was the notorious Kong Lao monster mentioned by Feng Zhen before his death. The strength of the major families in Dajin was indeed impressive. In Tiannan, the highest cultivation level among the cultivating families was only mid to late core formation. They couldn't possibly nurture a nascent soul cultivator. However, one thing surprised him. The nascent soul cultivator's aura contained a faint trace of corpse energy. Although very subtle and well hidden, Han Li's divine sense far exceeded the opponent's, and he detected it with a bit of attention. Could this person be practicing a demonic or evil cultivation technique? If he remembered correctly, the Kong family was under the highly esteemed Tian Sheng sect of Confucianism, and they still received support from this sect. Whether this nascent soul cultivator was the ancestor of the Kong family or not, just associating with such a figure was highly inappropriate for the Kong family. Thinking this, Han Li followed the two youths down to the manor's entrance, where four blue-robed cultivators came out to greet them. Almost at the same time, in a secret room 20 feet underground, the lid of a pitch-black coffin suddenly moved. Then, a jade-white hand emerged from the crack, gently pushing the lid. A man in a yellow robe and jade crown suddenly sat up from within. This man appeared to be in his 30s, with a striking appearance and a look of surprise on his face. What happened? Why did I suddenly feel a sense of unease? Could someone be spying on me? The man muttered to himself, hesitating before cautiously extending his divine sense to search the entire mountain, especially scrutinizing the cultivators in the manor. After a while, he found nothing, particularly no other nascent soul cultivators. He furrowed his brow in thought. Maybe it was just some old monster passing by and probing the area. With this black jade coffin concealing my corpse energy, it shouldn't arouse suspicion, the man murmured to himself, lying back in the coffin. The lid closed on its own, and the secret room returned to silence. Above ground, Han Li was led by a blue-robed cultivator into a large square in the middle of the manor, filled with hundreds of cultivators in various attires. These cultivators were divided into several groups, either discussing or trading items. All around the square, there were numerous stalls of various sizes, some with items laid out on tables and others directly on the ground, creating a lively scene. Han Li smiled knowingly, reminded of his early days in the cultivation world, participating in the Tai Nan Minor Assembly. Thinking back, it truly was nostalgic. However, what surprised Han Li was a large temporary tent in the center of the square, emitting a white light and clearly a magical tool. The tent spanned over 100 feet, with people coming in and out. Looking to the left and right of the square, he also saw two stone halls emitting spiritual light. Although some cultivators were active inside, There were far fewer than in the square or around the central tent. Some cultivators hesitated at the entrance of these halls, either packing back and forth or discussing with companions. Those eligible to be here, aside from some low-level disciples of the three families, were all foundation establishment cultivators or higher. Han Li's divine sense sweep revealed over a dozen core formation cultivators. This scale, excluding nascent soul cultivators, was comparable to a major sect in Tiannan. And this was just a local family trading conference in Dajin. With this in mind, Han Li sighed inwardly. Before entering, he had been informed by the welcoming disciples that the morning was for free trading, and the auction would start in the afternoon. Any rare materials or magical treasures could be submitted in advance for auction. The event was scheduled to last for 3 days, with the 1,000-year ginseng king as the highlight on the final day. It seemed that the core formation cultivators were all here for this item. After a few glances, Han Li leisurely walked into the square. As a new foundation establishment cultivator, although his face was unfamiliar, no one paid much attention to him. Once inside, Han Li blended in as an ordinary cultivator. The items at the surrounding stalls were as expected, not worth much. Perhaps some of them might be attractive to foundation establishment or core formation cultivators, but having dealt with numerous rare materials, Han Li naturally had little interest. The only stalls that made him pause were those with unusual magical tools or materials. However, such items were not many, and after careful examination, Han Li recognized the origins of most of them. The remaining ones, though he had never seen them before, held no research value. After wandering around for a while without finding anything, Han Li was about to head to the central tent to see what sects were selling when he suddenly turned around warily. About 6 feet behind him stood a skinny old man with a somewhat bewildered expression at the early foundation establishment stage. "Fellow Taoist, it seems you've been following me for quite some time. Do you know me?" Han Li asked coldly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand. I am Jin Yuan, and I have no ill intentions. I was just curious. This is the first time I've met you, but you seem to know everything about the items here, which I find very impressive." The old man smiled awkwardly, quickly explaining. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so observant. But you've been following me for so long. Surely you have more to say than just this," Han Li said, unmoved. He, it seems you're also a straightforward person. Besides curiosity, I actually have a request," Jin Yuan said with a sly smile after a brief hesitation. "What is it?" "Let's hear it," Han Li said, arms crossed and expressionless. "I have a rare treasure here that I've been unable to identify. I'd like you to take a look at it. Of course, if you recognize it and wish to buy it, that's also fine. I'm sure someone with your means can afford it," Jin Yuan said, his eyes narrowing into slits as he glanced at the spirit beast bag and storage pouch at Han Li's waist. A rare treasure. Han Li frowned, his eyes scrutinizing the old man. "All right, since you've shown such sincerity. I don't mind taking a look. Let's find a private room to talk. I happen to have some questions myself, Han Li said, pointing to a side hall. A private room? That costs a spirit stone. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Jin Yuan hesitated, looking a bit surprised. No problem, I'll cover the cost. I just hope your treasure doesn't disappoint me, Han Li said with a half smile, his gaze fixed on Jin Yuan.